Okay, so we start. So welcome everybody to Bologna. Welcome to this event on fairness. This event is being organized by the Alma AI Center and supported by two big projects. One is FAIR, that is an Italian project funded by the National Plan on Recovery and Resilience. And this is basically a project that puts together the whole Italian community on AI. And in particular, Bologna is leading one spoke of this project on pervasive AI. And it tackles also, of course, topics related to trustworthy AI and fairness in particular, of course. The other project is AEQUITAS. AEQUITAS is a European project coordinated by Bologna, in particular by Roberta, and is concerned. It concerns fairness as a very core topic of the project. The Alma AI Center is an interdepartmental center in Bologna. It has been funded in 2020 when, just 1 month before the pandemic. So it was perfect timing. But basically, the center has been created for putting together all researchers and professors in Bologna that were working on AI from very different perspectives and angles. So in particular, we have put together not only people that have had a technological background, scientific background, but also people with a social scientists, economists, lawyer, people that have expertise in law, governance, ethics, philosophy, and all applications, of course. So basically, we are really tackling artificial intelligence from many different angles. So also today, the event, you will see that will cover many different perspectives of fairness. So first of all, let me thank Roberta, because she has been, she's put together a fantastic program. You will see, the day today will be really very rich. So I hope you will enjoy it. So Roberta has done really a great job. She's put together all this, she organized all this, and believe me, it takes a lot of time and energy and effort. So she will now introduce you the program. So welcome again, and hope you enjoy the day.
So welcome everybody. Before we start, just a huge thanks. And of course, I have to start with Michela Milano, because she said that I'm organizing everything, but I just put on the ground her idea. She's our director, but not only. She's a constant source of inspiration, a visionary woman, and she always pushes us to do better. Then, of course, I have to thank Loba Company, that is the dissemination company that put together all the material, disseminate the event. We are today 120 persons in presence. Then we are also streaming the event, so they did a fantastic job. Articulture and the technical staff that was solving also now technical issues. So thanks a lot to Stefania, that is not here today, but for making space for us. That I know that they are very busy, but they are doing a fantastic job. Of course, the administration of Unibo, all the speakers for sure know Sara Medri, and she helped me with everything. And of course, the speakers that we have. I have the honor today to have a wonderful group of experts and amazing keynote, the panelists and all the moderators that helped me in organizing all the panels, and of course you all. I think that this is a great community and your participation is always amazing. We are here today together, and so thanks really a lot for making this happen. So now we start, because the program is dense and we are quite late, and it is really an honor for me to start with the first keynote of the day, that is Payal Arora. Payal is a professor of inclusive AI cultures at Utrecht University and co-founder of FemLab, a feminist futures of work initiative, and the Inclusive AI Lab. She is a leading digital anthropologist with 2 decades of user experience among underrepresented groups, especially in the Global South. She is the author of award-winning books, including The Next Billion Users with Harvard Press. Forbes called her the next billion champion, and The Right kind of person to reform tech. About 150 international media outlets have covered her work, including the BBC, Financial Times, and The Economist. She sits on several advisory boards, including the UN eGov, UNESCO, UNICEF. Her new book, From Pessimist to Promise, Lesson from the Global South of Designing Inclusive Tech, is now out with the Meet Press and HarperCollins. She is Indian, American, and Irish, and currently lives in Amsterdam. So Payal, thanks a lot for being here today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for being here and for hosting me to the organizers. Very much appreciated. So let's get started. This book basically is really a response. And by the way, for those who would like a book, it's also available for the speakers and others in the team. But so this book really was a response to the last few years I've noticed of a deep kind of pessimism seeping into our mindset, right? Towards, if you see the way in which particularly the West is looking at AI, it's more about AI is against the machine. And there's this increasing almost pessimism bias to a point of impotence where you feel that AI is obviously working against human well-being. And that is manifesting in the kind of questions we're asking. In fact, I woke up to a journalist asking me, this from Volkskrant in the Netherlands, which is a very big public newspaper. And they asked me, do you have a comment on, there are Dutch initiatives where they want to ban the use of smartphones up to the age of 18, across board. Also, they want to restrict within even the family. There's a parental movement where no teenagers should receive smartphones all the way up to 18. And so there's this, this is a momentum of, well, AI, we cannot control it. We cannot change it. It is the enemy of the people. So we need to just ban it. Let's do blanket, sort of moves and regulations to address that. So this is the kind of energies also we are investing in, which is really more about regulation will be the fix, right? And what's interesting is, as Roberta mentioned, that I have been doing a lot of work with marginalized communities around the world. So refugees in Venezuela and Brazil, in rural Namibia, to slums in India and elsewhere. And what's really crazy is the opposite. There's a deep optimism bias towards all things digital. It feels like they're on cocaine of hope, not to advocate for cocaine, but but it's nowadays metaphors are getting also tested and policed. So just FYI. Anyway, but no, and it's really interesting because then the usual understanding of that is, oh, then they obviously lack literacy. So to explain the sort of dichotomy between the West and the rest, where the pessimism bias is increasing in the West and optimism bias is increasing in the rest of the world, is that they are not there yet. They lack deficiency, in knowledge, awareness. They just don't know what the impact AI will have towards them, right? So anyway, that being said, I want to take us back because now we even have the statistics to prove our points that poll after poll in the last decade consistently shows India, Kenya, Nigeria, all these countries far more optimistic. We're talking about 70 to 80%. And they're also optimistic on broader issues like the future, whereas Europeans are particularly dismal about the future. In fact, a recent poll try to gauge how young people and across actually socioeconomic demographics view the future, AI, climate change, etc. And on average, less than 30% in Europe felt there's any hope, whereas 70 to 80% of the global South. So what's going on, right? Because there's something wrong here, because guess what? Less than 7% of the world's countries have liberal democracies. And we are one of the few that actually enjoy something really precious that everybody is envying, right? Secondly, we are still relatively wealthy. And that is something to be said. We have stable democracies. Even if you don't like your politics right now, it's still a democracy, right? And so we have all this on our side. And I think there's something else going on, is because there's this tension that we feel that we are losing our freedom and sovereignty against the big tech. So really, it's not so much about AI and digital technologies basically just constantly creating harm. It's more about something else, is that we have lost control and we need to regain it, and the way in which we need to, and the big tech's just not listening to us. So we need to use a hammer. We need to blow up the system, basically dismantle the system, because that's the only way, right? And just to tap into why there's so much optimism in the global south, and this is for another talk, because I want to go into something more concrete, because I don't want to just stay on these big grand ideas. I want to show you what we've been doing in ways in which we are working with good people within tech companies to change from within, as well as other actors, because we can change systems from within. We just have to shift it, because regulation per se is not going to cut it, right? Because regulation without enforcement is meaningless. It's like saying consent is the way in which we get privacy, except majority of the world, consent without meaningful choice, it might as well just not exist, right? So we have to go beyond and above regulation as our obsession as a solution to the problems we face today. Now, just for those who are wondering why again are the global south so optimistic, just picture this, right? You're a kid in a slum in India, and you live in a one-room home with 3 generations. And so you basically are constantly watched. You also have a lot of, conservative social norms. You cannot talk to a boy or a girl who you're interested in, because you're going to have an arranged marriage. 98% of young people get an arranged marriage in the global south. You walk out, your neighbors know who you are, they watch you. So relative to these lived experiences, the mobile phone actually allows you more privacy. We are so obsessed about data privacy that we are seeing it from a purely singular lens, that we forget to see the larger picture, is that the data is really about intrinsically communicative practices. It's like how we express ourselves, who we are, what we want to be, right? And so this opens up a world in which people can explore who they are, because guess what? 90% of young people in the world today live in the global south. That's the majority world. And they are shaping these AI systems based on the fact that, well, these are intrinsically global systems, right? And we're talking about just data. We're talking about the where the data is coming from, who are shaping, who are curating, who are generating. These are all coming from the global south, whether you like it or not. And the other aspect is, think about, you're a teenage boy who realizes that he's homosexual in Uganda, except it's criminalized to death. And you realize this is such an essential part of who you are. And so you seek for communities who will sort of validate your existence, right? Now, yes, you can focus as typical scholars who are really consistently focused on harms and risks. You could say, well, let's focus on all the harms and risks because the algorithm can out that person, etc. However, which is more, it's always relative to what, right? It's relative to your social context, your family, your community life, where you're embedded. So we really need to stop speaking in terms of absolutes and always ask, in relation to what? What are the choices at place? And then let's go move forward. So that's basically a kind of capture, right? So this is sort of cementing our mindset, because media is doing its very best to also get us on board on AI is going to create an existential threat. It's going to destroy our democracy, our personal lives, our social lives. And academics have jumped on the bandwagon because doomsday divas can sell their books, right? So you can basically be sad by design. In fact, I was speaking with Hirt on his launch, and we had obviously 2 very different worldviews, where he basically, one of the audience members asked Hirt, like, So what do we do? You've been talking about alternative technologies for the last 30 years. So where do we go from now? He said, I'm just a failure. Everything's a failure. I'm like, that's great. So let's slash our wrists and die. So anyway, you have the cost of connection, which reminds us about how we are constantly colonized without giving fair, I'm talking about fair and honest attribution to what people find value in these digital tools. It's really important to be honest in today's time. Why do people like Facebook? Why do people still love Facebook in many parts of the world? Even though if you want to put yourself potentially on a pedestal and say, only, if you're well-meaning and you're on the side of democracy, you're not going to be on Facebook. Except during COVID, we were doing research with Bangladeshi sellers, and women sellers took to live streaming on Facebook because they didn't have Amazon. They didn't have any other way of earning a livelihood. They swear by Facebook Live to sell their goods and services because it's helped them survive and even thrive. Women gain a sense of self-confidence in portraying themselves, got compliments about their saris, the way they dressed up. There was a completely different worldview, right? And mind you, by the way, people like Nick Coldry and other kinds of, you see them on social media talking to their followers, right? Wearing their Apple Watches, using Google. Now, anyone, if you give that all up and then you speak about it, then I will take you seriously. Otherwise, I feel there's a sort of double standard that somehow we in the West are deeply critical of these systems, but we can handle it because I'm on social media. I'm telling my followers, you should feel terrible about being on social media, which basically doesn't this remind you of something like, I don't know, the church, right? Like, why don't we ensure our business model sustains itself by making you feel essentially guilty for something very natural, right? Which is connectivity. Algorithms of oppression underline the fact that algorithms, like racism is baked into the algorithms. And I just came from Berlin speaking about in a decolonial event where they said the only way we can get out of it is by dismantling the entire system. I'm like, what does that even mean? And then they like, the problem is we don't have a seat at the table. I'm like, yes, because you're not speaking in reasonable terms. What do you mean by dismantling the system? Let's go then beyond the digital. Let's dismantle everything we hold. So where do you stay put? There's no such thing as wiping the slates clean, right? I mean, so then where do we locate ourselves? So, and then of course, is AI racist? I mean, it just goes on. And here's a funny thing. When people talk about, oh, you know what? I do care about agency, because people are like, well, isn't this really doom gloom? Can't you give us some sense of hope? And they're like, well, the best way to hope is you can resist it. That's not hope. That's just like pushing the can down the line, right? And so, look, when you see this conversation continuing, it's talking about how now it's being reproduced, right? Because it's about data sets and racism and AI, the bias from the past leads to bias in the future. And indeed, that is true, right? That of course, that the data sets that go into the training of AI are biased, because guess what? It is part of our communicative and historical practice, which used to be even worse in many regards, although it's not all linear, right? If you ask an Afghanistani woman what's her data archive from the last 30 years, she's not going to tell you that that was worse than today. We are basically in a handmaid's tale environment in Afghanistan and Iran. In the 70s, Iranian women had far more rights than today, right? So let's not assume that the archives are always intrinsically worse than how we are today, which also makes us revisit the way in which we see progress, right? So indeed that's the case, but there's also potential for creating thereby new forms of data sets which actually reflect the kind of values you want to hold today, right? Because if we know garbage in is garbage out in the training of AI, then we know we can do something about it by hitting the root of the problem and coming together to shape those kinds of ways in which AI can see the world, right? and then you see about images of the internet are even more sexist than text. And indeed, and I want to show you the reason I bring this, and like I said, it's not uniformly the case because, well, if you go into the past versus like in India, certain kinds of sexuality was far more vivid and much more acceptable during the Kama Sutra days than today, right? Like, so it's interesting about which kind of archival data sets are we talking about. But we all know that there's bias across board, and we see this happening on the end user, right? So when they were prompting, there was an experiment on prompt. I don't know how many of you know this case. A few of you, yeah. So basically, this is a prompt about saying, imagine you go back in time and you basically, these communities are doing selfies. What would that look like? And so there's a whole host of like people from all over the world, from the Amazonian jungle and all doing selfies. And there's something really creepy about it. And there was this article that went viral on saying it's the American smile that has got exported all over because people don't smile like that from year to year. And so that is a sort of a algorithmic bias because people usually smile in different ways in different cultures, something like this, right? So all this said and done, right, when you try to fix these issues with technological fixes, where you're, say, in design companies and you put the onus on just tech people and not the humanities, not the social sciences, and say, hey, fix it, they say, all right, let's just diversify it. So you must have come across one of the big scandals of the Gemini AI, where they said, all right, here's a prompt about the founding fathers, and they just diversified it, right, meaninglessly. Let's just create the United Colors of Benetton, and just regardless of the context. So this was a real embarrassment for Gemini AI, and saying, okay, we diversity by just showing different people without context. So guess who's good at context is us as academics, us who are invested in the nuances and working with different disciplines, working with different sectors to resolve this in far more nuanced ways. So, it would help if we shifted our mindset from training to teaching AI. And here's why: because it shifts our kind of thinking from just repetition and optimization to dialogue and social process, right? Because when you're teaching, you're bringing in the pedagogies of critical and creative thinking, right? Because after all, you're building ways of communicating to teach AI to see the world differently. In order to do that, you have to come up with pedagogic models, not computational models. If you start to think of your computational models as pedagogic models, I think things would be very different, because you will bring more people to the table, right? You won't just think about reproduction, you'll think about reflection. You won't think about data as raw material to be harnessed and harvested and extracted. You'll see that data are communicative practices. They intrinsically an extension of our being, right? Of who we are, what we want to be, our aspirations, our concerns. And then you don't think in terms of universalistic values, right? Dictating it. You think in terms of how it's encoded into like data encodes values, context, cultures. And last is that your goal is not about standardization, and because that's basically a blanket across board, but rather diversification, because different models work for different purposes. So let me now get concrete here. Is there two projects that we're doing. One is actually is a sister project of AEQUITAS, and this is Finder project on diversifying the data sets that go into training AI for recruitment AI systems to reduce the biases, including gender and other kind of intersectional biases. So initially, the computer science group, so we did a data donation campaign where we collected CVs from people, and then we de-biased it. And the computer scientists had a go at it and got rid of the names, the gender, any kind of religious affiliations, and basically said, okay, these CVs are de-biased, and then send it to the humanities. And we had, it's like when you open your document from a teacher and then it's just all red. That's what we did to the, we are like, okay, let's talk about proxies. And proxies means you have to think about context. And so we came up with proxies of learning to show that you have to go beyond and above the obvious indicators, because people communicate their gender, communicate their sexuality, communicate aspects of themselves in a variety of ways based on where they are, which sector they're in, which country they're in, etc. Right? And then the other project is we were hired by a major multinational design company that basically wants to de-bias its data sets for its creative AI tool. So we are actually in the midst of working on it, and I just want to share some findings. I, of course, can't mention the company because of the usual. So, but Finder, here is three aspects. So we designed a sort of proxies of learning framework, right? Because, for example, beyond the usual indicators, there's these three models which we thought was useful when debiasing CVs. For example, languages, right? When people say there's a language criteria that tells you where you're from. If you say Telugu, Bengali, and other kinds of languages from the global south, people already know, okay, or Urdu, they can understand where you're from, right? Or which ethnicity or religious affiliation you are. And then you have, for example, a sector specific. So are you Polish? Is that a discriminatory variable or is it a descriptive one, right? So in Poland, obviously it's descriptive, but it could be discriminatory in the UK. However, that's freezing people and populations in time. I had a really interesting conversation when I presented this some time back with someone from Poland in the UK who said, you know what, our status has changed dramatically in the last few years, especially since Brexit. We are now super valuable. In fact, they see us as hardworking because they got hit by the fact that we started leaving. And then they say, please come back, because they're really hardworking. They really get stuff done. And they are actually now a desired group. Now, you see this is a challenge, right? Because we need to make sure this data sets are live and constantly reflective of the changing nature of society. Because if we freeze populations, entire identities based on how we see them as victims, right, or as discriminatory entities, we are not allowing them agency to be in different kinds of spaces. And so we are, in a way, good intention can result in even more harm, right? Or gaps in CVs can be a gender issue, right? We can say, okay, you may get rid of whether you're female or male, but it could be an indicator, particularly if there's an age and I can guess. So these are, and of course, you can see the identity-based recognition or positive discrimination, where, say, women in AI, you've just won the award for the Women in AI of Europe. You don't want that erased from your CV. You want that seen in your CV. So you can see how complicated that gets. And this really is where humanities scholars bring in their context and their nuances, right? Networks of visibility. We can already detect and de-anonymize based on who are within our memberships, professional networks, formal positions. Also, it indicates in terms of social capital. For example, you've watched that what's that show? Oh my God, this is age. Suits, right? Where they only hire from Harvard, but also, they all, you have to play golf or and this is something, by the way, they've shown studies recently that if you are going to work on Wall Street, you must play golf, and you should, and there's a huge bias in whether you're in a rowing club in your university, which tends to be Ivy League, whether it's Harvard or whatnot, right? So these hobbies, which seems innocuous, has deep connotations of socioeconomic class. So already this itself, and this is just a fraction of what we've been doing, is where the humanities can work with computer scientists to unpack and debias data sets to retrain. With the design company, we are in the middle, and say, for example, this is just one of the projects. I want to give you a taste of what we are doing, but we're actually going to scale it across, not just from India. This is a project in India. We're scaling in Kenya, Ecuador, and many other contexts, and with very different prompts. But this is just one of them called Women at Work. We generated 3 frameworks, and it basically is, if you Google women at work, it's typically women, oftentimes from the global north, at the computer, right, doing work. So, for example, being at home is not work. So you will not, that won't be labeled as work, right? And so there's a deep sort of politic that's normalized in it. So we basically in India, we had this, we went and engaged with people, and we created a fellowship program where people from different sectors, we were working with disability communities, women in different professions. So in this case, I'm going to talk to you about the women in the flower market, which seems rather innocuous, right? And a disability community, 2 different user groups, right? Indian women who are disabled and women in the flower market. And we were looking at these aspects about research images, how do you capture authenticity? Because the design company, they're the equity product team, their vision, which is very Americanized, was we really want to build equity into our data set. So we insist you do 2 things. We want you to represent LGBTQI plus communities around the world. And second is disability communities. We're like, okay, so that's your version of equity of data sets, but you understand that most people who are, you know, say in the LGBTQI plus communities, particularly in the global south, don't want to wear a rainbow around themselves because they could be killed. I mean, they could be imprisoned. I mean, it's not exactly ethical. So we had to convince them it's not a good idea, that they need to be represented in the ways in which they want them to be represented. I'm sorry, not everything can be visually captured. And that's actually a humbling thing. Is not every data is just a fraction of reality. And it is really important to recognize that, right? And so it took us a lot of effort to get rid of that end. And doesn't mean that we can't have these communities represented, but it has to be in different terms, not at their expense, because this is actually unethical. And then you have the other is about, you know, the disability communities, where they wanted them to look disabled, and you see what the fellows had to say about this. So the fellows basically worked with my team in India to basically capture. We gave them the prompts. We Women at Work was a theme, and they got prompts like work tools to workplaces, and just something which is very innocuous that you don't think about as political. And it was very, very rich. So here is a model for flower market on action, authenticity, and aspiration, where action is about how it's an alternate picture beneath the picture and a full picture. And I'll give you a more for how this makes sense. So these are action shots basically on women at work, where it looks the same, right? So here you have a woman measuring the flower, but what she's doing is assessing value by weight versus length, which basically results in different pricing. For you, it doesn't make a difference. You just see her handling flowers. But people from within the sector get what she's doing. They see that she is doing different ways of assessing based on the nature of the flower, which is why she's, you know, and the techniques of way of assessing value and pricing, right? So the wallet, when you use these terms like wallet, it's usually a sari blouse. They don't, so that is the wallet. So this goes into labeling, which allows people to get, you know, a variety of notions of what wallets are. And work chair tends to be where the plastic packets, that was the most common because they sat on the ground, to actually furniture of a side table, which of a bed frame actually. And competition was basically them actually in all doing the same thing, but in a row, and actually very collegial in some sense, right? Authenticity is that typically, so this was an obsession about the design team. They want to be authentic, need to represent reality the way it is. But the people who are being photographed don't want to be represented the way it is. For example, this is very typical. of women wearing their nighties, their night outfits during the day to fetch milk, and before they go to work, after they go to work, they do their errands in their neighborhood, but they don't think it's good to be photographed in it. So she turned her back and said, "You can only take my bag." Where so she didn't but and here is where the woman comes back from the flower market, and she wants to show her home, but she says, "I don't want you to see the way it is. I want you to see what I would like my home to be." And so she cleans it up, and then she shows herself praying, etc., and she replaces the dried flowers with fresh flowers. So the reality, people want an aspirational imagery. So the question is, which is more authentic in that sense, right? And when we talk about co-design and co-engagement, whose voice matters? Aspiration, here we use generative AI and piloting with people, and they got their aspirations from, which are pretty, you could think that they would come up with very wild aspirations, but one was really about, I want a pink home in Kerala, and they've never been to that state. And why pink? Because they've been on an Instagram channel on pink homes, and they think it's really cool. So this is we gave them the prompt of like, what happens, like imagine anything, whoever you can be, wherever you could be, whatever your place can be, how, just imagine there's no limit to your imagination. And so it's rather like more humble than we think, right? And the flower market is, what is interesting is that they still were in the flower market and they were still grounded. So these are grounded aspirations. People don't imagine so far off from their reality, which is also very interesting, which also, by the way, echoes, remember, like from decades ago, people thought, oh, Facebook and such social media are going to connect us with all sorts of strangers and we're going to break open. And actually, it turns out less than 6% of our connects are from total strangers. They're usually from loose acquaintances. So we do stay close, even avatars. We don't want completely fantastical avatars. We wanted to oftentimes represent who we are or close to it. So here again, it's a flower market, and the only difference is they felt it was much more picturesque and pretty versus the little bit of more chaos in their, life. And then here is about learning frameworks for identity. This is about particularly with the disability groups, on normalizing, where they say, I can take care of my day-to-day. This is really important to show it. Agency, I can manage my disability. I want you to represent that. And humanizing, I exist as a community. They're tired of being portrayed as sad, lonely, friendless, etc. So here is normalizing, where a visually impaired and a hearing impaired person and a person who's on the wheelchair wanted really to show how they are doing everyday tasks. And that was what was meaningful for them. And here for agency is how they're using technologies, participating, and also have families. So above you see the image where the person is visually impaired, but she wanted that photograph because she's looking at the TV, but she's actually hearing it. But what's more important is she's doing it with her child. And so she's participating. It's a social act. So, and here is a sort of improvisation that I can still manage it, right? And humanizing is about the relationships, how they're laughing, they're connecting, they're communicating. They definitely did not want to be shown as isolated. And the last example here is on disability, on curation, on how it's personal, relatable, and performative. So personal. So we asked them, at the point we had hundreds and hundreds of images, how do you reduce it, right? So which one do they prefer? So these are just some exercises for you to think. For you, does it matter, right? Like if you say, okay, remember the theme is women at work. Wouldn't that be the more obvious one? But no, actually they prefer the other one because she said she was having a good time at work and she was getting joy and collegial relationships. Here, they both look almost identical. So what's the big difference? The difference is that one had her participate. So it is a two-way communication and it was engaging versus just a one-way. Here again, performative, they both look similar, except in one photograph, she has the phone and the other one, somebody else has a phone. And it mattered that if she has a phone, she has agency, right? So, and this learning framework of how we're doing with time. I know we are supposed to wrap up. 5 minutes. Okay. All right. So, and last, a learning framework on granularity, specificity, and relatability. And I'm just going to go fast about it, but people are very granular about what they want when they start to, prompt generative AI tools. So these are, how the kind of relationship, the backdrop, the jewelry, and these design tools basically sees all the jewelry as decontextual, because basically a lot of information can be told on what sari you're wearing, what jewelry, and this could be a major opportunity, which is what we're pitching to them, is that for localized content for commercial vendors who want to sell like a jewelry store or a sari store in India. So this kind of contextuality matters, because in the end of the day, we need to build a business model. We need to come up with a common ground, because if we want to get debiasing done, we also need to entice and say, listen, there is also a market. And I know people will say, oh, aren't you contaminating it? I was like, no, I think I'm a pragmatic, sort of optimist. I believe that let's speak about common grounds where it could be a win-win solution. And I do think that this will actually enable both parties, right? And specifics about, whether it's the way in which people speak, right? The sort of like whether it's chandur, these sort of terms which have gotten into English or may not, but actually mean something. So it'll help in the search engine optimization. To visually impaired, like what kind of terms do you use when you describe it in different contexts? Short forms, there's a lot of acronyms people use. We need to account for that. And relatability about, and we've already talked about that. So just to wrap up, as Jeffrey Bauker says, is data should be cooked with care. And I do believe that the humanities are the chefs who can co-design recipes, right, with computer scientists, because that's the way forward. And because the hardest questions today are not technical in nature, they're social in nature. And I hope we all get on board in partnering together to move forward. So yeah, thank you. And this is the kind of work, so follow us.
Thank you so much, really. It was an amazing talk. So now we open for questions, and I think we will have many indeed, so I will start here.
So thank you so much. This was very, inspiring. I do have a question about the sort of teaching part of teaching artificial intelligence. So teaching is based, as many other social practices, based on values. So I was wondering, so what kind of value should we adopt when we are training or teaching, artificial intelligence? So like Western European values, Western American values, North Korean values, Indian traditional values. And that, I guess, is a very important question that we need to ask ourselves when we are sort of teaching an artificial intelligence and in this kind of general model. And more fundamentally, I think there is also a very interesting philosophical question in the background, which is what framework should we adopt, general framework for understanding value should we adopt? So some sort of utilitarian understanding of values, the ontological understanding of values, some hybrid model. I think all these questions, which are really sort of part of, I really love the sort of this idea of, or we should really try start teaching artificial intelligence. But I think, a very fundamental question like this, we should be able to sort of discuss, and I don't know what you think about this. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Do you want me to answer as you go? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
so I think it's a really important question, particularly because, for example, there's a lot of national centric values, like especially with data localization. You have India saying, let's do the Indian way of data localization. You have African nations saying the African way. And what's happening is that is really creating a splintered effect. I think it is actually antithetical to sort of moving forward together as a humanity, because much of the problems we face today, we need to see it as a form of solidarity, that like whether it's a climate crisis, we are in it together, and we need to, of course, from an equitable way, right? Because the global north needs to pay more, but I'm not, besides all that, we are going to be all impacted. And so we need to move forward in ways which cut across our ethnicity, our nationality. And also what's dangerous when we talk about European values or American values is we are really flattening these cultures. What does European values mean? Like there's a diversity of, I mean, look at the political spectrum, look at the social spectrum right now. I think that's the very problem, is that we have this illusion. And you see this also in the Green Deal, by the way. I Googled European values in there. It's like appears 76 times. You know, I sorry, I didn't Google, I did a find on it, on the document. So anyway, so what kind of values? Let's go back to good old-fashioned rights-based values. And it's not so, you know, at the heart of it, we need to have meaningful choice, right? So I read that how the Swedish women are now, oh my God, choosing to stay at home and quit their work. Well, it's, oh, if they can't afford it, and that's their choice. That's what feminist movements is that you may not want that, you may not like it if you are a woman who's been fighting for working, but the fact that you can make that choice is what is important, right? So if I'm religious and I choose to be non-religious, I need to have that freedom of choice. So the question is, freedom is really essential, and I think rights-based values cuts across board, and there's a reason why it's still stuck, right? Because we do need to think outside, where there's some basic human decencies at the bottommost level where we should function from, which is respecting people regardless of their, you know, ethnicity, gender, etc. Like, you know, stuff which seems like very archaic, but in today's times we basically have lost sight of it, I feel, and we need to revive that document. And at the heart of it, like I said, is the second is any regulation which cannot be enforced needs to be rethought about. And I think so when we think about values which cannot be translated into practice, we need to go back to the drawing board and see that what can we then embed in it, right? So, but yeah, it's a good question.
Hello, Professor. I'm Monique Munarini, a PhD candidate from the University of Pisa. And thank you for your book and your presentation. As someone that was born and raised in the Global South, I found it interesting how you mentioned this loss of control and loss of sovereignty that like in the Global North is really like scary. But then isn't this like optimism from the Global South related to the fact that they never had the power in the first place, so they're more optimistic because they never had this feeling of lost control or loss of sovereignty? Then when you were replying to this question and talking about solidarity in times of crisis, it really strikes me how now big techs and even big international actors, they are really focusing on trying to get this empowerment of marginalized groups. But this also creates this sort of participatory washing when you just get this data extractivism that you go there, you ask them, and then you get your data, you get the results you want, but then you don't necessarily give back to this community. And how you feel like you that are collaborating with these big companies, how do you feel to avoid this participatory washing? Thank you.
Both very good questions. And so just taking it from, so like I said, like the first question about because they haven't had that kind of sovereignty, it reminds me of also like Sugata Mitra, this guy who did I don't know how many of you know him, he did the hole in the wall, and people are like, his idea was, oh, you know what, we just have to put a computer and everything will work itself out, because these communities around the Global South had nothing. They are a blank slate. And we have to be really careful about that, because this idea of nothingness, and surely from the nothingness they should be grateful, is a dangerous precedent, because it depends on how far back in history do you want to, like, what is sovereignty? Like I said, in Iran, they were far more liberal and they had a lot more freedoms in the 70s. In many cultures, they're much more progressive than, say, in the West, right? Or much more communal. So they have certain kind of values that have, not every aspect are basically valued in the same way. So, for example, well-being is not just on a GDP level, right? So that being said, people do feel this deep optimism in the global south is because that they can sort of leapfrog because of colonialism in, you know, over centuries. They've had to embrace technology so they can skip the line. And what's interesting, and I document in my book, is it's not that they're just grateful, they've become leaders. Do you know where the cheapest mobile internet in the world is? It's in India, China, Vietnam, Cambodia, Israel, not here, not in Europe, not in the US. Do you know what Elon Musk wants Twitter to be? He wants it to be a WeChat, which is established like a decade ago. Amazon, do you know what their aspiration for their live streaming is? They want to imitate what Taobao is, and which is again a multi-million euro industry in China. And in this whole US-China war, what we are failing to recognize is a lot of tech companies in the US want to be basically imitate China, but yet the Chinese imitation label sticks, right? And I'll tell you why, despite forget the Chinese US politics, why China remains one of the biggest inspirations for the global south is because it tells the rest of the global south that you can have very limited resources, because a couple of decades ago China was very poor, and nobody expected that they would be the ones that would come up with the most formidable counterforce to Silicon Valley, right? Not Europe. It should have been Europe, not India with its leg up and its, you know, 1/3 of the tech people from India and the Silicon Valley. It wasn't that. It was from China. And so it's really inspirational, right? And lastly, what's cool is India has just come up with the largest digital public infrastructure in the world, which gets rid of, we're using open source, open code, and allows any entrepreneur in the world to build their apps, which circumvents the iOS, Android 20-30% mafia fee. How is that not hopeful, right? And so they're not out of nothing. What they're excited about is because they are building different kinds of rules. They are data they have the numbers game. Majority live there, and data is number, and numbers are power. They have power. And the other question is participatory, and that is all about good design. We are co-designing with them, and you're right. The good thing about today's way of working is we're thinking through on these methods in ways that we ensure that it's not extractive, and it has to be on the go. So we pay them as fellows, we give them recognition, we're raising funds for the disability communities, because currently India just slashed the budget for disability communities by 85% as of this year, which is really disturbing. So we're doubling down on those communities. So it's all about teaching that even in schools, colleges, about good design, ethics, because ethics also means fair remuneration. They're not just data points, like you said, to contribute to our knowledge. They are co-creators of knowledge and require fair value. So all absolutely agree on that.
Thanks a lot. Other questions? Here. So in the meantime, I have 200 questions. I will do one for closing. You showed a lot of examples that are impressive, and I understood that you co-create mainly crafting the data. But do you envision also this co-creation as a process along the whole pipeline? Yeah.
Yes, no, absolutely. Just for which is why I feel like we need, and also we have to redefine what the pipeline is, especially in today's climate crisis, right? Because we know indiscriminate data usage means a lot of energy and environmental impact. So that is also, firstly, let's have an honest pipeline conversation. Where does it start? Where does it end? It starts from cobalt mining for the phones, for the, you know, child labor, to the content moderators, to annotators, so it's all about labor, it's all about environmental costs, it's all about interdisciplinarity. So multi-layered, and it is happening. Many of us are doing it, even on our Finder projects, and you know, your project together, the sister projects are doing it. So this is the way to go, because it's essential to have a holistic perspective. But of course, you also have to go deep, right? So you have to go broad and deep, and that requires more people, more energy, but also, most importantly, hope, right? That you can change, rational optimism. So
thank you so much, Payal. She will be here for questions during lunch and all the day. So thanks a lot again. Really, it was an honor to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we move to the next panel. Allegra will be the moderator.
Thank you, Roberta. I can start.
Invite the speakers here.
Yes,
Michele,
also Michele. Okay. So, good morning to everyone. I am Allegra De Filippo from the University of Bologna, and it's really a pleasure to moderate today this panel on computational fairness in AI systems. Just to give you an introduction, today during this panel we will see how fairness principles can be integrated in algorithmic systems and to ensure equitable and trustworthy decision making. So we will see a general overview starting from fundamentals of computational fairness with our first presentation, and then we will go into more technical details with the other two presentations during this panel. So due to that, we will start with all the presentations, and then we will move for the discussion and question answering phase. Okay, so let me introduce our first speaker, Roberta Calegari. She is a researcher and assistant professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Bologna. Her research focuses mainly on trustworthy AI and ethics of AI. And she will start with the presentation of computational fairness and the AEQUITAS project, that is an European Horizon project that she coordinates. The title of the talk is Assessment and Engineering of Equitable, Unbiased, Impartial and Trustworthy AI Systems. So thank you, Roberta. The floor is yours.
Allegra. Yeah. So I will present AEQUITAS, that stands for the title that Allegra just mentioned. And but before moving there, I would like to set the ground of what we really mean when we talk about fairness, and in particular computational fairness. So fairness is a concept that comes from the law. In particular, it comes from the Article 21 of the Fundamental Rights. Okay, so fairness is a notion that is born in the law. And we have this article that if we read it, we can see that the article says that any kind of discrimination that is based on a feature that an individual cannot change, okay, that are not under the control of a person, like for instance, race, ethnicity, age, and so on, any discrimination based on these features is prohibited, is forbidden, okay? So this concept that comes from the law talks about two kinds of discrimination. The first one is the easy one, that is the direct discrimination that we can have in a different treatment, in a different process that we use for treat two different individuals, or the so-called indirect discrimination, that is actually when we put in place something that seems neutral, that seems a non-discriminative action, process, but at the end of the day has a different impact on different groups, okay? So moving this concept that is a legal concept into a technology slightly change the definition. So first of all, what is computational fairness? Computational fairness means that if we have an algorithm, something that we are computing, we want to avoid that this algorithm performs any kind of discrimination, taking into account the direct discrimination and the indirect one. So this is also something that Payal mentioned before. When we give these only to technical people, computer scientists, computer engineering, they translate this concept into a quantity, because at the end of the day, we need to quantify the level of fairness or the level of unfairness of my system. So we are moving something that comes from the law and is not so quantitative into a quantity. So we, just from this definition, we understand that the multidisciplinary approach that Payal was also mentioning before is a must here. Because if we leave computer scientists alone, they will work only on this quantity that can be also decontextualized. So we need to have at least 3 perspectives when we talk about fairness, that are the legal one, the social one, and of course the technical one, because we need also to put in practice this algorithm and this AI system. So let's take a look to this perspective. Where do we stand today when we talk about AI fairness? If we take a look to the legal and the social perspective, we can see that we have a lot of legislation. I showed you the Article 21, that is the foundation of the notion of fairness, but we have many other. We have the AI Act. So we have specific laws that comes into play for specific domain. For instance, in the case of healthcare, we have specific regulation and many national regulation, European regulation. So also the legal notion of fairness sometimes is not that clear. And what about the social part that Payal showed us before? Okay, so when we really want to put something into an algorithm, the word is not that well defined. And we don't have to forget that coming from the law, this notion, law is contextual and is case-based. So the case matters, okay? We cannot do something that is completely general, completely decontextualized. Then we said that we want to move this notion, social legal notion, in something that is technical. So we use this matrix, this quantitative measure, to understand the level of fairness and unfairness of our AI system, of our application. And what happens is that often we use some metrics that are completely not legally sound. Okay, so we are measuring something that then, if we go to the Court of Justice, is not valid. Last perspective is the technical one. Researchers worked a lot on this, so we have many contributions. We have very good works on this, but the point also here is that we have more than 30 metrics. So if I am a developer, a practitioner in AI, and I need to understand how can I measure fairness, unfairness in my AI system, how can I can enforce some constraint related to fairness, I don't really know at the beginning, if I don't study in depth this field, which metric should I pick for my application. It is not only here the issue, it is also that these metrics are in conflict one with another. So I don't know, I select one because it seems promising, I don't know, but then I discover that it is in conflict with another one that maybe is another matrix that I would like to have in my AI system, okay? So this is an issue. And the last issue from the technical perspective is that usually, as we said, we try to reduce everything to a quantity. So we say, okay, below this threshold, this is unfair. Above, this is fair. But what is a threshold? Who is going to define the threshold for your application? Okay, so these are the main challenges from the technical perspective. So starting from these challenges, we wrote AEQUITAS. The vision of AEQUITAS is really to create a holistic methodology for AI fairness, an holistic methodology that is linked to an experimentation environment, to a tool where you can really practicalize what is fair, what is not fair in your AI system. How you can do this? You should input your scenario, your context, your application, and you will be guided through tests that makes you understand at least what is going on. Sorry. What and the choice that you are doing, what do they mean? Okay, so if I select this matrix, it is going to happen this. If I select this other matrix, it is going to happen there. And you should be able to understand what is happening. Moreover, we said that fairness is not something that is decontextualized. So you have to understand that your application won't be fair always. In all the scenario you will use it, but your application will be fair inside some boundaries. The idea of this experimentation environment is to enable you to discover the boundaries. So if I use this data that is polarized with a distribution in a given way, my application can be fair. If I move the distribution, if I shift the data that I'm that I'm using as input in my application, it can be that it is not fair anymore. Okay, so we need to understand the boundaries. We are building AEQUITAS around real use cases. So we will have also speaker today coming from the consortium of AEQUITAS that will show some real company, real use cases that have data for building this application. In particular, we will have some case in the healthcare. We are working with the hospital here in Bologna for the pediatric dermatology, and also for social disadvantage group where we study child abuse, child neglect, and so on. Then we have companies in the human resource domain, and we will have some speaker here today, Adecco in particular. And then we have also a use case related to AI in education. So, as I told you, the main result of AEQUITAS start with the definition of this holistic and comprehensive methodology that is founded on the co-design, co-development, co-engineering of AI system. And we use the methodology that is called participatory design. So this is strictly aligned to the presentation that you saw before by Payal. We need to make it together, okay? So when you enter in the AEQUITAS system, you will find this screen on the right, and you will be guided phase by phase in the whole pipeline of an AI system to the right methodology that will show you which kind of stakeholder you have to involve. That means social scientist, expert on this, expert on that, and so on. And then we link you to the experimentation environment. On the left, you can find how we built this methodology. We really start with the articles in the law, for instance, in the AI Act, and we decline each algorithm in technical action that you should make in order to comply with that article. So the second main contribution of AEQUITAS is the contextualized assessment, and it means that you will be able, since we said that fairness is needs to be contextualized. Thresholds do not have any meaning if they are decontextualized. You will be able in AEQUITAS to make a contextualized assessment. In particular, we have this component that is a component that will ask the user will guide the user to a questionnaire, and will grab the context, and then will suggest the right metric, the right threshold, and the right test to be performed in such a context. Finally, the experimentation environment. The experimentation environment, as I told you, is the tool that you have to use to understand the boundaries of your application, and you can do this through this experimentation environment. Here I put some screenshot of what we have in place and will be soon available. In the bottom of the slide, you can see how you are guided through the experiment in your application. In particular, you start with the data, you study all the feature of the data in this co-creation process that we said before. You understand the distribution of the data, you understand if this is the population that you really want to represent, or if you need to make other action of the data, and you can perform all the experimentation. A focal point in this experimentation is the generation of synthetic data, because as we said at the beginning, my application can be fair under some condition. If I want to stress test the condition to understand what are the boundaries, I need to generate synthetic data to polarize them in a different way and to perform different experiment under different polarization. So these are the main point of AEQUITAS. Of course, I have only 10 minutes and I don't want to go late. This is the consortium, a super amazing consortium made of companies, made of association, made of university, of course. And so I think that the way to go, as also Payal said, is really to do this together with this multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach. So I will leave the floor to the second speaker, I think.
Thank you, Roberta, for your great presentation. And now, after this theoretical overview on computational fairness and the methodologies that are used in the AEQUITAS project, we will move to a more technical overview with our second speaker. Let me introduce Roberto. So Roberto Pellungrini is a research fellow at Scuola Normale Superiore of Pisa, and his current research interests are focused on explainable AI and learning paradigms for hybrid decision-making systems. The title of the talk is Predictive Algorithms with an Abstention Option. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and good morning, everyone. So I am from, also, I want to stress that I am from the KDD Lab, which is a joint research group spanning Scuola Normale Superiore, University of Pisa, and Consiglio Nazionale delle Ricerche. And the work that I present to you today is the product of a joint work of the group, let's say, of AI at Scuola Normale, where we are working mainly on hybrid system, and in particular on abstention mechanism, which we think are very well suited for, let's say, hybrid human AI collaboration. And we're going to see how, let's say, fairness comes into play in these kind of models. So what do we mean when we talk about abstention options? I think that you are all familiar with the concept of classifiers and predictive models in AI. An abstention option is simply a, let's say, an additional function that you can equip your model with to allow him to abstain for making a prediction when the model feels it is not certain enough of that prediction. So the idea of this kind of framework is to allow the model to improve the performances on those instances that are accepted by the model, while rejecting those instances that the model feels is not certain enough, possibly for, let's say, a variety of reasons, okay? This is, let's say, the general mathematical framework. I'm skipping, of course, a lot of details, but this is the general gist of the idea. How do you usually build this kind of things? There are, I think, at least 200 different ways, okay? But let's go over again, the more general idea. You have your points, and you have a confidence function that you can compute on your model. Think of it as maybe, you know, your last softmax layer of a dense neural network. So you have some estimation of the confidence of the model. You can rank the points of a small calibration set depending on this confidence metric. And then you can select a coverage. A coverage means you decide how much of the incoming data you want your model to cover. So for example, if you say, okay, I want my model to cover at least 60% of the data that is incoming. You can then determine at which threshold of confidence you need to put your cutoff, so that you can apply this threshold to the new testing data. Again, this is just a very broad simplification, but just to give the idea of how these are built. So what is the problem? It has been shown in the literature that many of these kind of systems, and I mean not only the more basic, let's say, threshold computation ones that I showed you, but also more advanced one that play, for example, with additional heads on a neural network, etc., and many other systems usually add a lot of bias into the final results of the model. How? Well, if there are, for example, minority classes in your data, it has been shown that many times these reduced performances of the minority class bring this rejection mechanism to always reject on the minority classes. So essentially, in the end, the risk is to obtain a classifier that only works on certain, let's say, groups, okay, the privileged groups. So here I show you, there is a problem with the visualization. Okay, so here I show you a work that we presented at ACML PKDD this year, where we tried to mitigate somehow the problem of fairness in abstention classifier by injecting the abstention mechanism with a interpretable fair mechanism to recognize when a decision could possibly be unfair. Okay, so let's go over how the interpretable fair abstaining classifier works. So the idea is to start from the data and try to understand on a global level what are the, let's say, at-risk groups in the data. And this can be done by mining patterns of discrimination, broadly speaking, on the entire data set, okay? This allows us then to essentially do on a local level, so instance by instance, situation testing. This means that, for example, if I find an instance that belongs to a certain discriminatory pattern, I can look in the neighborhood of that instance and understand if there truly is some discrimination in terms of the ratio of decision of my model on that instance. So, for example, if the neighborhood of that instance is highly unbalanced with respect to the classification. Finally, what we do this to learn essentially local rules that we can parameterize with respect to the distances and the ratios of decision on the local instance. And then we use these rules as an added abstention mechanism on top of the classic, let's say, uncertainty threshold mechanism. So in the end, what we obtain is a sort of matrix where if the classifier is both fair and sure, it can predict. Otherwise, if it is unfair because it is uncertain, it can reject. But also, if there is the risk of an unfair decision, the classifier can reject. And if both situations occur at the same time, we are able, for example, to intervene in the sense of that if a decision is both unfair and the classifier is uncertain, maybe it is a good idea to flip the decision or to do something about it. Okay. So this is, again, a small example of how the classifier works. So you see that, for example, here we use a more, let's say, general discriminatory pattern to get a specific discrimination risk on the local level using situation testing. So when we pair this test with the prediction probability, that is the uncertainty of the model, we can perform a fair and also interpretable rejection. And these are just some of the results that we show also in the paper. where we showed that we were able to reduce a lot the diversity, let's say the skewedness of the decisions in the different populations on different datasets. For example, this, if I remember correctly, is an experiment on the famous adult dataset, where we showed that we improved the ratios of decision of false positive, false negatives, etc., on minority classes, for example, in terms of race and gender also. Also, as I said, the added bonus of this methodology is that it is completely interpretable. So if some unfairness appears, let's say, in the data and you want to do a reject on it, you have a interpretable reject policy that you can account for. And this is important because right now in the literature, abstention classifiers are mainly opaque in their functioning, meaning that, as I showed you before, they rely mostly on computational optimization to find the right thresholds, and it is not easy, let's say, to understand why a certain instance has been rejected or accepted by the classifier. And in our case, instead, we can, let's say, provide a nice overview of all the considerations that have went into the rejection or the acceptance of an instance. So here I went really fast to save time, but what I want to also tell you is that we are currently working on these topics, especially in the context of hybrid decision making, that is joint human-AI collaboration, and we have a big survey, let's say, on a lot of mechanism, not only abstention mechanism, but also interactive machine learning that is currently under review. And also, if you want, there's the paper that we presented at CML, if you want the technical details. So thank you for your attention. I leave the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberto. And now, we will further open our perspective on computational fairness with our third speaker. So let me introduce Michele Flammini. He's a full professor at the Gran Sasso Science Institute in L'Aquila and University of Calabria. His research interests include algorithms, artificial intelligence, game theory, and computational social choice. Is a leader of the WP9-2 interactions of green-aware agents of the FAIR project in the SPOC9 on green-aware AI from the University of Calabria. So thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Good morning to all. Thanks to all of you. Thanks, Roberta, for inviting me to this nice day on computational fairness. So I will today tell you about computational fairness under a little bit different angle, which is the fair division of goods. I work as she mentioned at the Gran Sasso Science Institute of L'Aquila, that is an international PhD school like Scuola Normale, where Roberto is working. But I'm also partly affiliated to the University of Calabria under the head of this National FAIR project. And in particular, our SPOC at the University of Calabria is dealing with the green-aware AI. And the things I will be telling you about are related to some research that I'm pursuing with the University of Calabria and with the colleagues Gianluigi Greco, Francesco Scarcello, and Giovanna Varricchio on fair division. So I start with a very old story. Millennium before Christ, so we are speaking about artificial intelligence. I go to the Bible back. So there were Abraham and Lot who had to divide between themselves the land. So they agreed on the following process. Abraham would cut the land as he wished, and then Lot would choose first his part. And then Abraham would choose, would take the remaining one. Why I'm telling you this? Because this is one of, this is the process. This is one of the first historical example of what was later formalized in the computational, in the scientific community as the cut and choose protocol, a fair protocol for dividing goods. And why this is fair? This is fair because Abraham, knowing that he would not choose first, would try to cut the land in exactly two equivalent pieces for him, parts for him. And then Lot, of course, choosing first, would choose what he prefers. And this is fair to both of them. So what is fair division? Fair division is this topic, trying to divide goods among parties, among individuals, in a way that they perceive this partition as good. And this is important in a variety of sectors of disciplines. Of course, this resorts on concepts like ethics and justice. And for instance, in economics, for division of inheritance, assets, properties, and so forth. In politics, to border disputes, to redistribution of funds, and so forth. In computer science, for resources allocation, and in artificial intelligence, in decision making, and in multi-agent systems, when you have these agents that interact and compete in the same environment. In this field, there are basically two main streams of research. One is for divisible goods. These are goods that you can cut in the middle somewhere, like the land, like money, like cakes. And the other mainstream is the one of indivisible goods. That will be the one I will be mostly talking about today, where you cannot divide. You have a car, you have a painting, you have a toy, and I mean toys, and you cannot divide. So you have to assign each single item completely to one of the parties of the individuals. And what are the fairness criteria that have been identified in the literature? One first set of criteria is under the criteria of comparison based. So it is comparison based in the sense that I think that this allocation is good if I don't envy the bundle or the set of goods that has been assigned to someone else. So this requires, of course, that I know the assignment to all the other individuals that are participating. The other is threshold based. I don't know what is going to be assigned to the others. I know the total value of all the goods. I'm happy if I receive a certain portion of all the total value. And these are the two families of criteria. Some of the basic families, there are also others that don't fall completely in this classification, but these are the basic families of criteria that have been identified. And what is the importance in computer science? Why we study this in computer science? Of course, this is not computer science in a sense. No, this is something that is with economics, with other fields, maybe mathematics. Why in computer science? Because one important thing is that once we have a criterion, we should compute a solution that satisfies it. This is not so obvious. So imagine this very simple scenario. You have a set of goods and you have to divide these goods between two people. Telling if you can exactly divide into equivalent parts is computationally intractable. What does it mean? This is a famous NP-complete problem, a problem that we cannot solve efficiently. It cannot be solved in polynomial time, so it requires exponential time. So this means that it will take a very, very long time to have an answer, so you cannot compute this solution in a reasonable time. So then this criterion is something that is a pure mathematical concept that cannot be attained in practice. If the computer cannot compute it, a person cannot compute it, an intelligent agent cannot compute it. So what should we do? We should resort on some relaxed notions of fairness. So we should sacrifice our highest expectation of fairness and maybe define some relaxed criteria that can be satisfied and that can compute efficiently. And this is what we are trying to do in this area, basically. So some relaxed notion, I give you just 2 examples because the time is short. One is envy freeness. So I'm happy if I don't envy the bundle of someone else. So my bundle, my set of resources, of goods, of items is as good as all the ones that have been assigned to the other people. As we said, this as I showed before, this cannot be always satisfied. So one relaxation is this: I'm envy-free. The allocation is envy-free up to 1 good. If for any other agent, I can extract 1 good from her bundle in a way that I don't envy the bundle. So this is envy-freeness up to 1 good. For the proportion, the threshold-based measures, one is proportionality. There are n people participating, so we have to split the goods among 10 people. I'm n people. I'm happy if I receive a 1/n portion of all of the total value of the goods. Still, this cannot be always satisfied. Prop 1 is a relaxed notion like that is often satisfied, can be also always often fulfilled. This is, I'm proportional, I'm up to 1 good. I'm sorry, the solution satisfies the proportionality criterion up to 1 good if I can choose an object that put in my bundle makes me happy, so makes the solution proportionality fair. So in traditional fair division, people had this valuation function, so you had to basically split the resources among the people in a way that they perceived the solution as fair. What we did, and this is, I will show you an application which deals with this fair project, is to evaluate this allocation also in terms of a social impact. So maybe assigning some object to someone is not beneficial in some way for the society. So we want to formalize this, adding a second valuation function to the allocation in a way that this measures the social benefit that this allocation has for the whole society. And our challenge, the challenge here now is, from one side, to make an allocation which is good for the individuals, for fair, that is fair. From the other side, to have an allocation that has a nice impact on the whole society. And of course, what would, ideally, what we would like to have a fair solution that maximizes the social benefit. But this is, of course, not possible. And before showing you our result, let me give you an application. The application is green computing. So the government has to assign some jobs to industries. These industries have different levels of green strategies to build, to perform these jobs. So a different impact on pollution, on energy consumption, and so forth. So each industry has a profit for receiving a job and has some impact on the pollution, on the general pollution. And we want to balance these 2 things. So from the one side, we want the industries to believe that they have been treated fairly. From the other side, we want to see what is the effect on the society. So we don't want to have a big pollution in the execution of these jobs. So what is our approach? Our approach is to insisting that we want to have a fair allocation, find the fair allocation that minimizes or maximizes this social effect, this social benefit for the population. So maximizes, for instance, the reduction of pollution if you are dealing with this green scenario. How do we evaluate how good our solution is? We have a quantitative measure that is the price of fairness. This price of fairness, is a relation between two quantities. The first quantity is the best possible solution, allocation that I could I could propose if I ignored completely fairness. Maybe I can just give all the jobs to the industry that has the best green behavior, and this is it. But the others would consider this unfair. The other, the quantity which is below the fraction here is the best social impact that I would that I can obtain. That I obtain, insisting that I need to be fair. So, of course, if I have to be fair from the society, for the society point of view, the solution will be suboptimal with respect to the one that I could that I could obtain ignoring fairness. So what are our results? These results are not published yet. These are submitted to the Maggiore AI conference, but if you want, I can, of course, provide a draft. So unfortunately, our results from the one side tell you that if you want to satisfy fairness, so if you want to be fair in the allocation, you have to pay at least n times you are at least 10 times far from the optimal solution that you could obtain ignoring fairness. So from the one side, you can, this is very bad, n is the number of entities that are participating. From the other side, we can obtain solution efficiently that almost match or almost match this ratio. So we can provide solution that whose price of fairness is the lowest possible one. Then we extended this work thinking that maybe the people who are receiving the goods have some degree of social awareness. If they are socially aware, maybe I receive some goods and I would like the goods of another industry. I mean, the jobs of another industry, but this industry is better than me in terms of pollution. Then, okay, I'm not envious. I recognize that this industry is better than I am. And this is the new criterion, which, let's say, includes this social awareness in the fairness measure, which is social awareness. So I envy someone else only if the jobs that it receives are better than mine, and I can do better in terms of social benefit. Otherwise, I don't ignore. And in this case, and also we introduced, the analogous relaxation that we have up to one good. And what we could find is that we can satisfy social freeness up to one good with an optimal benefit for the population, so with the best social benefit, and we can compute the solution in polynomial time. So in conclusion, we focused on the problem of finding the best solution in terms of social impact that is fair for the individuals. So as an extension of this work, we could consider the opposite side. So we want to insist to have the best societal impact, but and under this condition, the highest degree of fairness for the individuals. So the take-home message is that under this fairness condition, it is important that people who participate in the allocation, so the individuals, have some degree of social awareness. This is highly beneficial for the society. This is what our results tell. If they are socially aware, you really have a very big nice effect for the whole society. So you should activate maybe some advertising or information campaign, or you should maybe incentivize them in some way to be socially aware. And thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Michele, for your great talk. So now we open for questions. So, okay.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question in relation to the last talk. It's more probably clarification. So fair division has been defined as dividing resources in a way that is perceived as fair.
Yes.
But of course, I mean, perception relies on backgrounds, belief, and desire, and especially, I mean, if the agent doesn't have enough knowledge, she might perceive something that is objectively unfair for her. I mean, if we think about indigenous people who have agreed to sign contracts for, you know, giving the lands on the basis of some agreement, which, I mean, at the end, was not really a good one. I mean, you can have a lot of situations in which if you don't have enough knowledge, then this is not, I think, a fair division, even if it is perceived as fair.
Okay, you're right. You're right. This is a nice observation. Actually, when we want to find some quantitative results, we have to resort on models that maybe simplify what is the reality. So we cannot include in a model all the possible aspects. And when let's say the model becomes more and more involved and includes more and more aspects, theory starts to suffer, and then you're maybe to resort on different kind of studies, like more experimental studies. Of course, our measure are the basic measures that mathematically you can provide. So what is the perception? People can have, what you say maybe can be included in the evaluation functions of people. People have evaluation, and this evaluation maybe what you say is included in the fact that evaluations are subjective and are different for the different people. And under this condition, we will try to let's say, to provide a fair allocation. So the fact that people, the evaluation functions of the people are not really fair from a more objective point of view, this is something that has not been accounted. So we account this kind of bias inside the evaluation, and then we study, according to this evaluation, what we can do. Of course, this is something that we might try to make more explicit in the model, maybe not including it simply in the evaluation function, but maybe including some other function, some other theoretical structure that we can plug into the model. Thanks for this is a nice observation. Thanks. This is an idea that we should pursue. Thanks.
So the next question.
Hi, I'm Yasaman Yousefi. I'm a PhD candidate here at the University of Bologna, and thank you so much for the interesting talks, all three of you. So I was just wondering, I come from a legal background, so my questions could go that way. I was just wondering if you are, so you rightly mentioned, Roberta, Professor Calegari, you rightly mentioned that there is a direct and indirect discrimination that are prohibited by law. But you didn't mention intersectional discrimination. That is a different experience. I was wondering if you're taking that into consideration as well. And if your project, if AEQUITAS is making some new fairness metrics or making some new benchmarks, let's say, and if you're considering new fairness metrics made by other scholars as well, or you're going with the traditionally used ones. Because as we know, they're problematic in some senses. Because, for example, there is a paper by Sandra Wachter that talks about how fairness metrics can be bias preserving and bias transforming, and how bias transforming metrics are better to be applied in to be compatible with the law. And then just one quick observation regarding the last talk. I just wanted to say that legally speaking, our goal is not just to give the best outcome to, let's say, to all members of society equally, but it's to also counter for historical disadvantages. So, for example, we give more quotas to women who have been politically less involved. And how do you react to this? How does this fit in the scenario that you were explaining? Thank you so much.
So thanks to you for the question. I will start. First of all, yes, definitely intersectionality must be taken into account because it is often the case that if we consider one feature alone, we don't have any kind of discrimination, or at least we do not consider all the possible discrimination that we have. One of the main challenges is that most of the models that we have out there in the literature do not take intersectionality into account. So indeed, yes, in AEQUITAS we are taking this into account, and we are developing also new models for this. With respect to the metrics, again, you are right. The approach in AEQUITAS is the following. We would like to give the possibility to use all the metrics that a user would like to use. So we are covering the literature out there. In particular, we are wrapping a well-known tool that is IBM 360. So all the metrics that we have here are available also in our experimentation environment. But yes, we are also working on extension. I want also to mention that the user herself would be able to add a new metric, because I know that this metric is the right metric for my application. So I can also extend the experimentation environment, and in particular the library that AEQUITAS is proposing. But we are also defining new theoretical metrics. I know that we don't want to go into the loop of yet another metrics, but we started indeed from the work that you mentioned, Sandra Wachter, because she proposed this new metric that is only theoretical, but she never implemented it. So we are implementing it, and you will find it inside AEQUITAS, and show how you can insert the context when you assess fairness actually, and it is called contextual demographic parity, and so you will be able to contextualize your assessment. And I think that it is your turn.
Okay. So if I understand your question, you mean that you shouldn't provide a solution that is equally fair. I mean, that provides an equal share to all the involved people for some historical reason, because some people in the past had some. First of all, we were studying individual fairness from the point of view of the single individual, but there are a lot of studies that concern group fairness, so the fairness for a group of people. And what you say is something that can be plugged in the model. We didn't do, but this is, this investigation can be done. You can, for instance, give some weight, a bigger weight to some group of people, so that in the fairness notion, for these people, the solution will be fair. If they get at least the same, but if they get a certain, let's say, times better than the other groups. This can be plugged, of course. This is a study that can be, of course, pursued. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one question, okay?
Thank you. As you are a computer science, I'm also from a law background. I have a practical question and then a provocative one for all of you in the panel. The first one is, how are you coping practically with the implementation of the UI Act and the Council of Europe AI Treaty? Because all of you sort of have this social technical approach, and then of course when you talk about like social impact, we need to talk about the implementation of the legal regulations, and the Council of Europe AI Treaty is heavily based on principles and talks about fairness as one of the main principles. And then the provocative one is, as computer scientists, as someone doing research on the social impact of the use of AI systems and fairness, are you also pushing for or considering in your research saying that sometimes not using AI is the solution? Because in policymaking, we've seen Professor Virginia Dugnam and Jonah Bryson talking about how everyone working in AI governance and in development and research should ask if AI should be used, first of all, and then see what are the solutions for the impact and etc. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll start from I think the implementation, let's say, of the AI Act, which is very tricky. the point is that a lot of the requirements of the AI Act, at least for me, from a computer science standpoint, it is not really clear how you can technically implement really some, let's say, of those points. And I think that the difficulty is also a difficulty of language, because collaborating also with people from the law background, I see that on their side, many times when I try to explain, oh, look, I am looking at this fairness metric, or I propose this explanation. I work mainly on explanation. So this artifact explains really well this model, so it is explainable. They look at me like I am from Saturn or something like that. So I think that technically there are a lot of solutions, but we need to talk outside to understand really if those solutions are, let's say, satisfactory. And for the second question, regarding let's say the pushing, so my opinion is that right now, especially with say LLMs, we are constantly searching for a bigger gun to shoot to our problems. I won't make any names, but Professor Pavel before showed, for example, some application in CV searching. And what I saw was that a lot of, let's say, very big large language models are used in this context right now, while there are solutions that compute, let's say, optimal matching for CVs and candidates in a fair way, which do not require large language models, for example. They are known in the literature and they work. So why then use? So let's say that more than, okay, let's abandon AI, because no, let's try maybe first to use simpler tools that we know how they work, we are able to completely control, or almost completely, before taking the bazookas. Okay.
So thank you, and let's thank again our speakers for these challenging topics they work on. And for all the other questions, we will move the discussion during the poster session and the lunch break, so the speakers will be here for answering all the questions. So thank you all, and see you in the lunch break and poster session.
So actually now it is time for lunch. We will have this networking lunch, kind of long, until 1:30, when we will have our second keynote speaker. So during the lunch, I also invite you to take a look to the poster that we have some researcher put on the walls, and you can engage the discussion. And of course, you can engage the discussion with all the keynote and all the speakers. Thanks a lot, and see you at 1:30. So it is my pleasure to introduce our second keynote of the day, Ivana Bartoletti. It is an honor to have you here, really. So Ivana is Vice President, Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro, the leading international information technology consulting and business process service company. Ivana is an internationally recognized thought leader in the fields of privacy, data protection, and responsible technology. She has many years of experience working for large organizations in privacy policy, strategy, and programs related to digital transformation, cloud, and automation. She has contributed to several books and publications, including her latest book, A Digital Union Based on European Values, where she explores ideas for Europe's digital and AI policy. So, Ivana, it is a pleasure to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and it's absolutely fantastic to be here. I saw the morning, I watched remotely, and it was absolutely fantastic. And I actually changed everything that I wanted to say after listening to this morning, because I was like, well, you know, she said it all. But it's an absolute pleasure. And I want to, I have some slides, but I don't know if I will use them. We'll see. How much time do I have?
You have 45 minutes.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So I wanted to start with some considerations that I've developed over the last few years, working at the intersection between business. I work for an international company with 260,000 people, where I'm vice president looking after AI governance and privacy. And this has given me such a unique opportunity to work on governing the transformation that is happening within the company, the way that we produce, market, and sell AI, as well as deploy it. And I wanted to also sort of bring you this perspective, also coming from what is happening in the private sector, what is happening on fairness and the governance of fairness within companies, and why it is very important that we work together across academia, anthropologists, leaders in this space, to shape and drive the way that we deploy AI across companies and public and private sector, and what kind of leadership and expertise we need, hoping to also inspire a generation of students, PhD students, and researchers and academics to pursue AI governance opportunities that we have within the private sectors, because we need a lot of people coming into this area, which we are shaping as we speak. I wanted to start with just two initial considerations. The first one is that is really interesting how in the last few years we have moved from there's been a complete change in society. If you think about the past, where we used to worry about things that were infinite, we used to think about how infinite the sky was, how infinite the world around us was, because we didn't know about it. And now we're all worried about what's finite, what's datafied. And I wanted to start by this, because this to me is an enormous shift. And how we're starting and we are worried about the datification of our society, the fact that everything that we've got around us has turned into data, with all the problematic around data that my previous keynote was so brilliantly defining. And it is thanks to women in particular, and especially women of color from all around the world, that we have understood as a society the real issues around datification, the politics of data, the non-neutrality of data, and the fact that data is a mirror of our society. As I was mentioned this morning, if we take this data in an uncritical way and we ingest it into systems, make decisions and predictions around the world, then what happens is simply the softwareization of the existing reality in systems making decisions and predicting the world around us. And this is something that, with all the caveats that my previous keynote was saying around how this differs across perspectives around the world where we live, the global north and the global south, I work in India a lot of the time. And I couldn't agree more with a different approach to innovation, into technology that I'm seeing in other parts of the world. So that's the first point that I wanted to say. The second point that I wanted to say is I wanted to raise an alarm, which is that you will hear more and more as technology and AI progresses that privacy hinders the development of AI. You will hear this more and more from even the most credible sources that I respect in around our economic world. And the reason why this is happening is because be very aware that we talk about fairness. The only tool at the moment that fully enables us to safeguard people from AI malpractice is the General Data Protection Regulation. It's not the European AI Act. Okay? So the more you will hear that privacy law is not good for the fantastic times we live in, the more you understand that there is a strong drive to undermine privacy legislation, because it is the only legislation with all its imperfection. I am very critical about some aspects of the GDPR, and we will come to this as well. It's the only legislation that enables us to challenge some of the outputs of algorithmic decision-making. But more than that, it's not Article 22 of the GDPR that I am so much in love with. It's about transparency, data subject rights, that enables us to own some understanding about how companies treat our data ingested into AI systems. So this is more of an appeal to say, let's not fall for this, because you will hear more and more a GDPR be a target for organizations that say, we want to use AI. And there is no trade-off. And also the language of trade-off. Be very careful. A lot of people say there is trade-off between privacy and there is trade-off between privacy. There is no such thing. And this also calls for a new generation of people to rethink what privacy means. And I don't mean to rethink it as to shrink it. I mean to rethink privacy as a collective value where we share data on the ground that we want to improve our society to make it better. This is not in any way a dismissal of the fact that data is an important asset. It's the opposite. It's a recognition that data is an important asset. And if we want to recognize that asset, then we have to treat it properly. And that means that we can leverage privacy-enhancing technologies, although privacy-enhancing technologies are often a way to say, well, we collect whatever we want. So that's not the solution. But we also look into how we, or whether we need that data or we don't need that data. And we're not driven by the extractivist model that every single piece of data is necessary in the society that we live in. So I wanted to start with these two considerations, and I wanted to move into the considerations about fairness that we're talking about. So I want to just recap briefly what is the journey that we have been on over the last few years. So AI became we had a massive rise of AI again, basically due to two things: computational power, which, by the way, has got a huge environmental footprint impact, and data. And so AI has gone on a big journey over the last few years with the big splash made by generative AI, ChatGPT. And if you think about how long it's taken for the internet to become popular around the world, we are talking about decades, we're talking about 70 years. But if you think about how short time has been needed by generative AI and ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini, all these tools to become so popular and reach millions, we're talking about 2 years. So the speed of innovation is on a different scale. So AI has become so popular over the last and so reaching everybody, with the big difference that at least we have seen in enterprise, which is that at the beginning, looking at AI, we were a limited number of people. So it was the engineers, there was the governance, and suddenly everybody started to use it, posing completely new challenges within enterprise from a security standpoint, a privacy standpoint, and sort of wider range of risks that were introduced. So what happened over the last few years is that we have seen what I call the good side of AI, which is the AI used in medicine, for example, in precision medicine, the AI used in supporting people and powering drones, helping with difficult operations, and even health rescues and all of that. So we've seen a good AI. I'm also somebody who recognizes a lot of the possibility and potential around generative AI. For example, I found that generative AI could be an equalizer when it comes to leveraging and using English for non-English mother tongue speakers, which is important. I mean, I'm not English mother tongue speaker, but I've been using it, and so many people have used it, for example, to do job applications. So I'm recognizing that value. So we've seen a good AI alongside what we call a bad AI, which is the neuromarketing, which is the micro-targeting of individuals on steroid, which is the deep fakes being used for falsification of sexual identities, the deepfake pornography, because the term deepfake pornography is really bad because pornography sounds positive. So don't call it like that. Sorry for this. But I was just in Milan to conference on that. So, so we've seen a bad side of it. We've seen real cases happening of people being locked out of services because of the color of the skin. Because of, as it happened in the Netherlands, having nationalities and having when I might be an immigrant, so having two nationalities acted as a proxy for migration and therefore for being locked out of essential services and benefits. We have seen today the news on The Guardian that in the UK, the government reported use of 9 AI systems, while actually an investigation demonstrated that those systems are 22. And especially in work and pensions, these systems discriminate people and they target them from higher risk of being fraudsters if they come from some background, and it's not being white, as you can imagine. So we have seen this side. We have seen the softwareization of inequality that has been happening over the last decades. And it's not just happening in the decision-making system, it's also happening in those choices that often have to be made around accuracy and efficiency, where, for example, if the company wants to maximize income and revenues, it would automate the way that the ads are served, the loans are given, which is often not equal. And it's not equal for many different reasons, but sometimes that trade-off between efficiency, wanting to sell, and being accurate or being fair, these three things often do not align. So there's been a big debate over the last few years about all of this. Massive cases, especially investigative journalism. Think about Res Publica with the case of Compass, the recidivism algorithm, but especially thanks to the courage of whistleblowers, we found out about all of this. And thanks to a lot of thinkers, pioneers, who have really made us understand that there is an inextricable link between artificial intelligence and the softwareization and existing inequality. However, what has also happened alongside that is there's been a hope, a drive, a marketing drive to computize and to say, hey, we can solve all of this from a computational standpoint, without remembering that algorithmic fairness and social justice are two very different things. And we can't confuse them. We cannot create equality algorithmically or compute equality algorithmically. And there is no technological response to an issue which is political. Of course, technology is there to help, but there is no technological solution in this techno-solutionism world in which we live that allows us to respond technically with a problem that is political. So we've been into this amazing journey over the last few years, right? With a lot of writers, a lot of women. I mean, you've heard one this morning, but also women like Joy Buolamwini, Sophia Noble. We have been pioneer in this space, really showing the link between all of this and being very frank and clear, hey, you cannot solve it from a computational standpoint. It's an illusion. Yes, of course, you can manipulate the data. Yes, of course, we can create synthetic data, but unless you have a political vision and the expertise, but also that political vision that you heard this morning, then it's not going to happen by default. Right? And so this journey over the last few years that made us realize that if algorithms need to be fair, first of all, we need to understand what the fairness is. Yeah? But also, there has to be a social and political decision for them to be so. Okay? Now, this is the journey we've been on. Now, what is happening is what I wanted you to bring you to, because forget all this talking, we've got some work to do. And I want to talk here about the General Data Protection Regulation, the laws that we have, but I also want to talk to you about the European AI Act and how we need to work together. So, what is happening in companies, okay? Because that's where we need to get to. What is happening in companies? Companies, they've started to create AI governance structure. They've created AI governance roles. Many companies will have a chief AI officer, which I detest as a term, because AI is pervasive. I don't want one person to be chief AI officer. What does that mean? They've created task force where, for example, you have people from all around different parts of society getting together to understand the society, getting together and support, for example, as external advisors, companies and organizations. It's been the case of Google, it's been the case of IBM. There's been some good practice that has been pioneered by all of this. And there has been a lot of good stuff happening. For example, the work that a lot of organizations, like when I was asked to say, why don't you do it? Yes, I did like everybody else. We set up a task force. My first priority was to say, I need to leverage the knowledge across different teams, because for me, this has always been a priority. If I say accuracy has to mean the same thing to me, who have a legal background, and a statistician and a coder. If I say fairness, it has to mean the same thing. We have to develop what it is. And this is the problem that we are facing within organizations. Companies, people within the companies from technical background, humanistic background, speak different languages, and it's very difficult. The technical people often think that they can automate a lot of this stuff. They can have, oh, we have a fairness equalizer. Oh, we can. And the people coming from a humanistic background, they have a very different perspective. And that's for sometimes it gets really, really difficult to work together. So the first space, the first kind of work that companies have been doing is say, let's get a sort of shared knowledge around all of this. And this is where we've gone back to the basics. So I remember, training, companies got 260,000 people, and a lot of them are in India. Can you imagine the numbers are huge? But training people to say, okay, let's now talk about different fairness metrics, what they mean, what the limitations are. And the fact that the fairness cannot mean the same thing to everybody, but also you cannot use the same metrics in every single scenario. Whether you are in a financial services or whether you are in another part of the world or whether you are in another part of a line of business, it means different things to different people. And also, what is also the most important thing is that for many companies, AI transformation will be vendor management, nothing else. Look, I want to stress on this because I want to come to the limitations of the European AI Act and when I think we need some work to work together. For a lot of companies, using AI will be buying and purchasing products off shelf and deploy them. Okay? Now, that's where I want to use this slide. And the reason why I want to use this slide is because I want to show you some limits, some risks that we're facing. What do I have to do? This? That's a problem. Yeah, you work in technology and then you can't even do this to work. Which one did you use? Down. See, Jean. Okay. So, do you know about the European AI Act, right? Okay. So, the European AI Act divides AI. It's not a really good slide, but anyway, divides AI based on risk levels, right? So, it says, for example, there's a level of risk which is unacceptable because it collides with the values underpinning the European Union, right? So, for example, manipulation, anything that has got to do with potentially manipulating things, people, and making them to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do, okay? Now, this is so good for lawyers, and you'll have a lot of discussions about what this means, how far this goes. I would argue that there's quite a lot that goes into this, but yeah, we'll see. But what I'm interested in showing you, does work. No, the next one? Okay. What I want to show you is this, because this is where we need to discuss a little bit, and this is where we need to do a little bit of thinking. So, the reason is that the European AI Act defines a certain level of obligations for products that are high risk, okay? So the European AI Act is a product-based legislation, right? Kind of. If people say it's product-based, well, not really. So it's a product-based legislation with a twist. So it says, I would regulate an AI system as I would regulate a refrigerator, okay? A washing machine. So if it poses risk to health and safety, you've got to get a CE mark, which is what you see right now, follow some due diligence, produce a technical specifications, what you see right now in products that are high risk because under the harmonization law of product legislation, because obviously, if you go on a plane, right, an airplane, you want the airplane to follow some rules. Otherwise, you wouldn't go, oh, I've built an airplane, do you want to go? No, you want that, okay? But there is a little bit of a twist. And the twist is that also, if the negative impact could potentially happen on fundamental rights of individuals, that becomes high risk, okay? So I'm talking about AI, for example, that locks people out of services. Did you get a loan or not? Okay? Did you, and a lot of this happens, for example, in systems that are used in human resources. For example, shifting of curricula. deciding whether you pass the first level of an interview. This stuff happens already. There's loads of products like this. So what did the European legislation do correctly? It says this system's high risk. If because of a mistake, it's because of bias, if because you do not get an interview with, or a promotion or a bonus, or for example, you go down in the waiting list for an operation in the hospital because you have to have your liver replaced, in that case, that becomes high risk, and therefore you have to provide a lot of documentation, including compliance with privacy law, obviously, but that is irrelevant because it would happen anyway, but also fairness, and also transparency. And yes, transparency is important under GDPR, but don't forget that not all AI has got personal data. Therefore, transparency, workings and mechanism around how the product has worked, right? So to an extent, it goes beyond the GDPR because it also covers what is not covered in the GDPR because not all AI has got personal data. But the problem is that there are some caveats, which are bad for people and they're good for lawyers. And these caveats say, well, actually, if the task is only preparatory, if the task is not that meaningful, if there is human intervention, we just give suggestions, that is not high risk. Which basically means that there is not much that you need to do. Deploy it. And as I said, don't forget, for most companies, AI is not developing AI, is using it, is deploying it, is buying off the shelf. Okay? Don't forget that not many companies do AI because AI requires huge computational power. And if anything, artificial intelligence is only going to monopolize the power even further. Is it mine? No, I can't believe that. The reason is because yesterday I smashed my phone. Okay, it's completely broken. And I went into a Troni center in a very depressing shopping center out the outskirts of Milan. Actually, I saw Milan with the X that was finished, the city, right? So I went, and it was so depressing. I mean, honestly. So I was there for like 2 hours waiting for this phone to come. And so I don't even know how it works. But anyway, so I think I've turned it off. Sorry, I don't even know how the ringtone on my phone. What was I saying? Now I'm going to catch if you were careful or not. Where was I? You too. Yes, the caveat. So these caveats are important because, listen to me, as I said, AI is going to monopolize the market even more. That's the reality, okay? We're not going to have, more power into the hands of these big companies that can actually produce this stuff, right? So for a lot of companies, it's really a matter of purchasing. For a lot of companies, it will be about contract. So the issue is that if you say, well, actually, I'm not AI, I'm not high-risk AI, it means that a lot of scrutiny will not happen. A lot of documents will not be provided. And there are sweet escapes to an extreme. And I'll give you an example. I'm someone who in my own company challenges and says, well, actually, you say you are not high risk. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Because I do think that there is one such thing called automation bias, which is basically that if you get 5 suggestions coming from AI, you're going to use them. We already go to the doctor after having Googled our symptoms, and we go there thinking that we know more than the doctor themselves because we've Googled our symptoms. Can you imagine with this? Come on, right? And so that's the situation. I mean, I've seen the last one. Somebody tweeting yesterday saying, I've got these symptoms. What do you think? 200 responses, you know, coming from that. And then can you imagine? I mean, this is what we do as humans. That's bias that we have. So the reason why I'm saying this to you is because of fairness. I want you to think about fairness in a very, very lateral way. Because this is what we've, so the issue is, how are we going to check? How are we going to, if there is a technical way, but how are we going to check? So if he is high risk, you will get a complete report saying, this is how we've checked it, this is the metrics that we've used, this is how we've done it. You can put in the contract, we're going to check every 6 months. You've got to give me a report for how imperfect all this is. That does not replace, actually complement with what your keynote speaker this morning was saying, which is fairness much wider than that. It's contextual. It requires a lot of inputs, right? But this is actually on the other side, that's the reality of what happens every day and will happen even more. That if you perform a preparatory task, of course, if there is profiling on natural persons, that doesn't fall into the cracks. But what we'll see is more and more of this happening. Trying to fall under this not high risk and this caveat so they don't have to come to comply with that. Now, that goes back to what I was saying earlier. The GDPR, when there is personal data involved, is the only legislation that will allow you to contest, to ask, and this is why it's so much under attack in recent times. Okay? So that is the first thing that I wanted to say. The last, first, and then, sorry. One thing that I wanted to close off is this. That legislation in the space of fairness and non-discrimination. Now, of course, we could say that we worry when fairness, more obviously, when fairness turns into discrimination, locks people out. The issue, though, is that, and you can read a report that I've done with a social scientist for the Council of Europe on exactly on this. There's a lot of pages and there's lots of examples and lots of things. And she is actually the academic, so I'm not, and she's really good. So you read her stuff. But we've done this report for the Council of Europe. And in this report, we talk about the limits of existing legislation in countering the harms of unfair AI. And we are looking at, for example, in there, and this is a big area of research that I encourage anyone to get into, which is how, for example, when it comes to discrimination happens normally because of protected characteristics. Yeah. But algorithmic discrimination doesn't work like that. So there is a big difference between algorithmic discrimination and how it discriminates and the traditional protected characteristics that are safeguarded under non-discrimination law. Okay? So there are limitations there that we can explore in questions, but you can also read a lot about this. It's a huge field at the moment. Of course, privacy also protects from fairness in the sense that it's more procedural, perhaps, but it focuses on fair treatment of data. And this is also very important because the fair treatment of data calls for what was explained to you this morning about how to then prepare the right data sets and the right data sheets to ingest into these machines. So privacy legislation and legislation around non-discrimination law can support in tackling the harms of fairness, provided that, and this is the last topic I wanted to touch briefly, provided that people understand that there is an automated system or AI behind what is happening. And this is where we go into the topic of, for example, transparency and explainability, which are both in the General Data Protection Regulation and in the European AI Act, with some difference between the two. I contend that the European AI Act does not increase the transparency and explainability requirement, but they do act in different way. So obviously, the issue there is around how individuals, how we can make their transparency and explainability meaningful, that obviously that transparency and explainability is not the release of an algorithm that nobody would understand. And this is like all things that we, for example, in business, we're trying to reconcile with, which is even when we use AI with our own employees, is trying to, for example, the approach that I have used, that I use within my own company. It may seem strange because this is a tech company. Is an approach that is, I haven't made it up, is by Claudio Maggiore and Pasquale, two people in this space that I like very much, and it's called distrust by design. So I encourage every single employee of my company to utterly distrust the AI, because I want them to get maturity around it. So I say, you start with distrust. You start by querying it, to think it's not correct. By doing so, you will learn to use it better. So this is what I'm trying to get into the heads, say, distrust it. Not because you don't love it, not because you don't like it AI, because you like it very much and you want it to work. So you distrust it in the first place. Because you want to build it better, because we need to work together as an organization to build all of this better. And one thing that was said this morning that struck with me was, I've always been a very sort of fanatic of saying, we can't build fairness by blindness. We need to obviously, and that was always been my approach, obviously use special categories of data in order to be able to validate. If I don't have the special categories of data, how am I able to understand whether the system has discriminated against someone who is LGBTQ, somebody who is female, somebody whatever? But then obviously one big thinking that we're having at the moment is, what is the balance between, and something that was said this morning, this cannot happen at people's expenses. Because of course, what we're talking about is very sensitive data that, depending on context, depending on countries, depending on, we may not want, and these people may feel exposed on top of the discrimination that they already face day in, day out. And this is again something where we need support, especially privacy professionals. And this is where I always go back to privacy, because this is where privacy, I don't see privacy anymore as a standalone discipline, more as a thread bringing together and binding together so many different parts of our world, from technology to the law to everything. And this is where, for example, we need to work together in understanding how are we going to validate systems once they're out in production, when the European AI Act provides you with an article saying you can use sensitive data, special categories of data, but of course this cannot happen at people's expenses, as was said this morning. So how are we going to find that balance? And that is going to be something that we need to do together between academia, activists, information governance, privacy professionals, AI experts, and all of this. So I hope I haven't rambled too much, but I'm happy to have questions, talk later, whatever you like. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enlightening as usual. So first question.
Hi, thank you for the talk. Very thought-provoking. So two short questions. First one, how do you read the prohibition against social scoring? Is it, kind of resembles privacy as contextual integrity idea when it talks about this idea of data being used to cause a disadvantage outside of the context when the data originated, but how is this going beyond GDPR, if at all? I mean, what's the main difference? And then the second point on your loophole or escape argument, I recently wrote a report based on just 11 experts interview about medical AI, and you just find the same pattern. It seems that the area that is the kind of the sweet spot for AI positioning is when you can have something that is not a medical device because it escapes regulation, but is in a sense providing a lot of benefit
Yeah.
that uses in a way can lead to automation bias, and then basically it will be making decisions while pretending it's not making decisions. But this, in a way, seems almost unavoidable. If you remember Zuckerberg's memo from years ago, he had the same phenomenon. Wherever we trace the boundary of bad content, the most successful content in terms of diffusion is the one that comes closer to the prohibition boundary without surpassing it. So it seems that there we are just playing a game that can't be won. However, the regulator will place a threshold, a norm, a prohibition. Successful actors will always play near to that wall. Thank you.
I don't have much. I mean, I agree with you, and I think on this sort of escape from Annex 3 and from high risk, we're going to need to have a lot of conversations, because it's not just the medical sector, but I'm seeing this across, especially, in HR is unbelievable. If you score a candidate and then you say to me how you scored it briefly, and then you say, but the human being can decide what to do or not. Where do you draw the line, right? Where do you draw the line? If you score a resume and you automatically don't shortlist 50% of them, that is, again, something that is, where you draw the line is going to be quite tricky. And of course, there'll be a lot of attempt to say that it not fall under this category because it's only like an initial stage, it's only a preliminary task. But do you define preliminary task? A software that enables you to shortlist applicants is a preliminary task because it's shortlisted, but it's shortlisted automatically. There are some interest, and also we have a problem, I feel, in the EU, which also, is one thing that it was highlighted in many reports, including the Draghi report, for what it, which had some good elements, which is around the fact that there are so many different opinions on this across the EU. The Schufa case in Germany, the credit scoring for if you want to get a flat, the validation of your trustworthiness as an applicant. Again, they were trying to escape being an algorithmic decision making, and nevertheless, the court said, well, you are an algorithmic decision making, because even though the human can review, but you're still making a decision. So to an extent, extended definition of decision further. And the same, so we will, but there are different opinions on this. And I think one of the key issues that we're going to face, but also on the, is that we're going to have a lot of sort of fragmentation, as we've had with the General Data Protection Regulation. We're going to have it on the European Act as well, which is going to an extent, which would, it would be really good to try and not have, because it's going to defeat the purpose of the European Act in the same place, in the first place, including, especially if we are seeing this also as a tool of competition moving forward. Yeah, but send me your report. Yeah.
Thanks, Ivana. Other questions?
Thank you very much for your talk. I would like to ask you a question regarding the last part of your speech, regarding the issues of biased data. So how do you think, because we should have, I think, transparency, because how can we understand if the data are biased and all the ways that can be biased, unless, I'm talking from an activist point of view, how I can warn against certain bias if I don't have access to the data set. So from one point of view, I say with the public institution, we can advocate, we have laws helping us to help open data, but from the private sector perspective, I'm curious of your opinion, how can we have access to transparency of the data set? Because unless we detect the biases, it will be very difficult to have all the pipeline ethical, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Did you want to take that one as well, or one at a time? Did you want to take that one as well? And
yes,
then
the other one, yours.
Yeah. Sorry. First, thanks to move, the focus on something more practical, because we work in companies and we have to, let me say, make profit. So the point of view of ourselves is totally different respect of the research. And then also you spoiler my speech, because I'm going to talk about an HR company, a matching engine. Okay, so
we have to talk.
Yeah, we are not agreement. There is no agreement between us. But yeah, I agree that the solution is something related to politics. We have to have decision like the GDPR. But what is your approach when you know, in your work, when you provide suggestion to the companies? What is your approach in this case?
In which case specifically?
Yeah, to say, okay, this is an high risk situation, how we
of course.
make decision.
And I will take the last one. Okay, here.
Probably my question is related to what Sebastian just said, because I'm his colleague. And I really appreciate
you organize yourself, right? See?
I really appreciate your speech, but the talking from a point of view of pro AI user, like I am, because I was a developer, I don't think that we will have in the near future a lot of AI culture and the diffusion of AI culture through the population that will use AI tools. And so the problem with your speech, in my opinion, is how can we trace the boundaries of accountability?
Yeah.
Because if we are not going to trust AI, we don't have to trust AI, whatever they are suggesting us, whatever the AI is suggesting us, how can we say, okay, this is AI fault, or this is my fault for giving the decision?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I'll take in reverse, because I think there are two things in here. So first of all, I mean, there is liability legislation which has been approved. Interestingly, for the first time, now they're discussing whether to have the other liability directive, but for the first time, there is a change of burden of proof. And to me, this is really, really important, because one of the things that we also said in this report for the Council of Europe was that the problem is the burden of the proof, right? The burden of the proof cannot be necessarily it can't be on the individual. It can't, because the individual is not going to have the ability, the capacity, the knowledge to challenge an AI system, right? But there has to be a presumption, especially if, for example, it's a black box, that the burden of the proof lies in the provider. I know this can be, there's lots of discussion. We can go on for hours on this. It's what I'm working on at the moment. But the burden of the proof is very important. And I'm going to be very clear here. We cannot end up in a situation like happened with privacy, because we've made a huge mistake of privacy, where we have focused privacy on the consent model, right? Made it an absolute nightmare for individuals to navigate the internet, reading pages and pages on privacy notice that I write but never read. And because it's obvious, you just want to navigate the web, okay? The onus has to be on the company. And I'm saying this as a business person. The onus has to be on the company. I have a responsibility to forge that trust so that people, yes, of course, consent is a very important matter. But when I speak about consent, I speak as a woman when I speak about consent. So it's not the consent that I'm seeing online. That's not consent to me. That's dark patterns. That's pushing you into consenting by saying, oh, that's all fantastic, that's all great, a big button, yes, and no, that's not consent, okay? Consent to what? And in AI, when is AI in the middle, what are you consenting to if you don't even understand it, okay? So we've made that mistake. We can't do this again, and we're probably going to do this again because of other reasons that, we can discuss, but they are outside of, they're more related to the concentration of power, competition. We can't talk about any of this without tackling the issue of competition. I mean, let's be clear. And who owns a lot of the decision making into this space, and even more moving forward with the geopolitical scenario we're in. But what I'm trying to say here, the onus has got to be on the company. You say people don't have the knowledge. But how much knowledge do people need? You know, are we going into a point when the knowledge is actually to open an algorithm and read it? You can do that, but 99% of the population won't be able to. I mean, Finland is being praised at a fantastic rate because they've trained 1% of the population, but correctly so. It's been brilliant, a general knowledge of all this. So onus on the provider of AI systems. This is where all the criticism of the European AI Act, all the limitations that I've outlined, but that is important. Because the onus is, as you produce in a refrigerator, if it goes wrong, if there is an AI safety issues, it's the responsibility of the company, the same as to happen with an AI system, with all the limits. With all the limits. The way that we will shape it will also be how activists like yourself, like yourself, are going to push the lawyers for interpretation, are going to shape the debate around this, right? One thing I wanted to say is in HR, what you do. So, first of all, you provide HR software, I can imagine, you provide, so, okay. If you try to sell to me, you see what happens. But the issue is, so first of all is, companies, they need to develop vendor management programs that take into account AI and high-risk AI products and, how to validate the systems moving forward. There are situations I find, one of the things I'm struggling with from a contractual standpoint often is how provider deployer of AI systems, how that infringes upon the GDPR rules, controller, processor, control, what I argue, but we have arguments all the time, but that is very important because controllership carries more weight. So there are sort of situations, sort of all discussions around that. There are, of course, the way that you train employees in the use of this is important, very important. And don't forget that the AI literacy requirement under the European AI Act comes into force in February 2025. You train them in distrust. I train them into distrust. And I use a lot of these tools that people like you sell and produce. Distrust in taking responsibility for the choice that they make, in reporting all the time where they see a problem, telling me all the time because we want to improve this. I work with vendors in really asking for 6 sort of reports. We discuss what the fairness baseline may be, what is the deviation from that, but all this needs to turn into contractual arrangements. This is what we can do. Yeah? But the onus on high-risk AI is on you. But this is where we need a lot of expertise moving forward, especially in companies, because what you will have is a lot of organizations say, oh, Wes, we can recruit better with AI. We can be fairer in recruiting with AI, which I don't think is correct, unless you make a choice to do so. And the last thing was on bias, data, transparency. Yes, this is what I was saying. The issue is you can have transparency in the sense of you can have a product that tells you how the data, where it comes from, as much as when you go to a supermarket now and you choose a product and you make an ethical choice, for example, sometimes, which we have in terms of where the product comes from, the traceability of the product itself. So this is important. And I think if the product is high risk, a lot of this stuff will be in the technical specifications that the companies will have their products accompanied by. I don't believe, but I would like more technical people to help me with this, like the developer in the back. I don't believe that the only way to assess, for example, if a product is safe or is fair is through data transparency. I also believe there's a lot of testing that can be done in the real world. So I wonder whether, what are the other ways where we can test, we can try. Transparency is crucial. This is why from an advocacy standpoint, we need to push to really validate products that say they're not high risk, why they're not high risk. This is very, very important. And it's also very important that we have that investigative journalism that helps and like unlock things. Like if you look at The Guardian today, the amazing work that has been done on the DWP softwares and AI algorithms that are used, this is only done, yes, in that case, it's done through freedom of information request, which can happen in the public sector. But the private sector in the UK, for example, doesn't cover private sector, although there have been attempts to, but the companies that provide services to the public sector are covered. This is why that investigative journalism is absolutely crucial. I mean, what I wanted to say to close is, in the private sector, there's a lot of people like me. I head up AI governance for a company which is huge. And I will always provide transparency or try to provide the best that I can. Of course, we have to make money. That is the problem. You've got to sell, okay? But you don't sell without reputation. You don't sell if you put out a product that discriminates. You know, you don't sell with that. So, and there are lots of people who are involving academics, thinkers, even activists in the work that we do. So it's really important that, to an extent, academics especially get out of the academia, and business people get out of business, and activists get out of just the activist space, and we work together to understand how we can make these products accountable, how we can provide the information that are required in a meaningful way, how we can, because there are people, a lot of people that are, and I mean, I'm the example of it, you know, working in private sector who have exactly this approach. So one of the things that why I enjoy so much coming to these spaces is because I do think that there is a way that we can shape the use and deployment and development of AI in a more ethical way. Of course, you know, I am very well aware of the world we live in, of the massive forces underpinning all of this. I would end recommending you to read a book by Anne Applebaum, who is a Pulitzer winner journalist, who has written a fantastic book called Oligarchy, and the role that technology and especially AI plays within that. And then once you read it, we can rediscuss.
Ivana, thank you so much, really. I know we have many other questions, but she will be here during the coffee break, and she will be also in the last panel, so you will have the chance to make all the questions that we have. Now we move to the next panel, that is this one. Okay, Andrea.
I invite my speakers to come here, please.
Dovrebbe, esatto. No, può essere la cartella sbagliata, il panel 2. No, questo però è l'abstract. Hai la chiavetta, metti la chiavetta qua. Ho sbagliato. Chissà cosa ti avrà. Però scusate, io ve le ho caricate. Gli altri due li hai già scaricate? Io qua. Sì, panel 2. Io vedo anche quella della Zotti. C'è, l'hai caricata giusta. Fai aggiorna. Aggiorna questo dato. Eccoli. No, Valeria, we have it. Ce l'abbiamo. No, non è possibile. Intanto introduci lo schifo.
Thank you everybody. I think we can start now. Let me introduce the session. We are going to talk about FAIR and AI, of course, and in particular, we are going to cover problem with bias and discrimination in linguistic system, machine translation, and generative models for such as large language models. We will start by talking in discrimination in underrepresented languages, and so we are going to focus on how identify bias and discrimination and how to rephrase administrative texts in order to diminish the amount of discrimination in the text. Then we are going to cover the problem of multilingual AI. So we are going to address the issue of discrimination and bias going from one linguistic context to another. So we are going to cover solutions such as how to translate in a gender-neutral way. Then we are going to cover more, let's say, high-level, broader perspective in terms of generative AI and bias. And we are going to understand, or at least try to understand, and move towards a world where we can employ AI without, how can I say, replicate the bias that we can have due to homogeneity in the cultural and linguistical context that we are living in. And now I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Valeria Zotti. So Valeria is associate professor here in the University of Bologna, particularly in French linguistics at the Department of Modern Languages, Literature and Culture. And her research focuses on artificial intelligence in the language industry and for preservation of multilingualism. And this is following a PRIM project for that. You can ask her for more details. And then she focuses on translation of artistic terminology for cultural tourism, guided by corpus linguistics and lexicographic, using multilingual corpora. And without further ado, I will let her start her presentation. So thank you for your participation, and please go on, Valeria.
Thanks a lot. So you will not believe me, but this is my first conference in English because, as I will say later, in other countries, in French, I'm a French linguist, conferences are in French. And I participated 1 month ago with a PhD student to an intercomprehension congress where everybody spoke his own language. We spoke French. So for me, this is something new, so please be fair with me for my English, because my English is not very good. So first of all, I would like to point out that I'm speaking today on behalf of the group of linguists of the eMimic project, which is directed by my colleague Rachele Raus at the Department of Interpreting and Translation in Forlì. In my talk, I would like to discuss some questions inspired by this ongoing research project, a PRIN project, eMimic, an acronym for Empowering Multilingual Inclusive Communication. This project is led by a team composed of linguists specialized in French linguistics like me, Italian linguistics of the University of Rome, and software engineers from the Polytechnic University of Turin. So briefly and rapidly, I introduce the context characterized by an increasing focus on inclusive communication and by impressive progress in artificial intelligence, with risks for the preservation of linguistic diversity, for instance, of geographic variation and the spread of biases. I'll give a few examples of machine translations. Then I will present the eMimic project, which seeks to produce AI systems that can serve to promote equality in communication, contributing to a more equal society. So the project eMimic aims to create an application that can automatically reformulate discriminatory administrative text in an inclusive manner. So I will focus on the deep learning methodology on which this project is based, which is innovative in terms of human involvement and for the use of linguistic and discursive criteria. You know that many studies show that one disadvantage of generative AI is that it endangers the preservation of linguistic diversity. Linguistic diversity is an expression of diversity of thought, but also human diversity with respect to disabilities or gender or also ethnic differences. So we work on this. So you know that given that these technologies rely above all on data in English, a language that all we know it is not gender specific, their ability to generate inclusive text in other languages, we work on Romance languages, is rather limited. So why English is so dominant, not only for economic reasons, because research on AI is American and is English speaking, but also for strictly linguistic reasons. Morphologically complex languages like Italian, French, Spanish are much more difficult to handle than English, while English has the advantage of being morphologically simple. So creating IT language models for other languages requires more computer engineering work and is more expensive. So in addition, the success of generative AI raises the issue of the impact that some vehicular or controlled languages have on the diversity of national languages, contributing to language disparities. So the national language, for example, the French, which is spoken in France, is submerged by its international counterpart, a fictive language which is used in international organizations. So this occurs because neural networks, especially during the pre-training stages, learn using corpora from international organizations, like those one of the European Union or multinational corporations, which are considered as authoritative sources for large multilingual databases. So when training neural networks, vehicular or controlled language used in international contexts have greater weight statistically in terms of data quantity than equivalent national languages. So the devices end up learning international vehicular languages, what is called Eurojargon, Eurocratese, or EU institutional jargon, which has been studied by many linguists, rather than national counterparts. So these international languages have some characteristics. They are characterized by imitation of the corresponding English phrases or by general hyperonymic terms. So because the purpose of these languages is to produce supranational legal texts that will be adapted into national languages. So here I show you a test which was conducted in our project, which confirms the tendency of the international lexicon towards hyperonymy, as we see from the metonyms genre, sexe, race, or hyperonyms citoyen, personne, as opposed to specific categories, femme, homme, enfant, fille, found in the specialized model on the national corpus. So we have trained our application on a specialized national corpus, and we saw that we have different results. So the training on a large amount of data on a specialized national corpus impacts the linguistic knowledge of the neural networks. We see also, for example, what you see here, that in the first column, you see that violence conjugale is very used in international French. And when we train the system with a national corpus, we have a different result. Okay. So this test shows what I want to stress, that quantitatively insignificant data compared to the initial generic pre-trained data can have a significant impact when they are selected in an appropriate way. So this ensures greater compliance with the geographical variant of French from France than the original model pre-trained on generic corpora containing elements typical of international French jargon. So this first result of our project is quite crucial for the preservation of multilingual diversity. I said that the second major risk is that the neural network-based device, which learned from LLM, contribute to the massive spread of biases, real errors that distort or amplify real tendencies. So according to the Council of Europe, you know, there is growing evidence that women, members of ethnic minorities, people with disabilities, suffer discrimination caused by these biased algorithms. A major concern is that AI systems, instead of making our decisions more objective, reinforce discrimination and prejudice by giving them the appearance of objectivity. So I will show now some examples of the risk I've just illustrated from the lens of the machine translation. So the first example concerns the risk of impoverishment of lesser represented languages due to this colonization of English. So a very recent study which was presented by Henkel, which focuses on the comparison of human translation and of machine translation, shows that machine translation contains less lexical variety and causes an impoverishment of the translated languages. So here you can see the example of think translated in English. In the case of human translation, in 29% of cases by pensée in French, and in 28% by croire, and for the remaining 50% by other lexemes or expressions. In contrast, DeepL translates 74% of the cases by pensée with only a few other variants. So machine translation applies a limited number of recipes. It often selects one reliable translation strategy and few alternative solutions. So this research, which I find very interesting, shows with statistical data the real risk of neural machine translation language depletion. Other studies reveal the presence of lexical convergence, which is quite scaring, between Romance and Germanic languages, starting with the use of terms derived from English, from vehicular English. So what's the problem with this? The problem, from my point of view, is expressed very well by Wittgenstein's famous maxim: the limits of language are the limits of my words. So if there is an impoverishment of language, there is a real risk of an impoverishment of human thought in a not too distant dystopian future. So very quickly, because we are all familiar with examples of gender bias generated by machine translation systems. So in this very small test that I carried out in 2021, you see that if you do not specify the subject personal pronoun in Italian, pratica sport, si occupa dei bambini, lavora, DeepL generates stereotypes. He plays sports, she takes care of children. And generally, DeepL has a preference for the masculine, both in the English translation and in the French one. The situation has not changed so much 3 years later. So this year, I found the same gender biases. The system now omits the subject personal pronoun, takes care of children, when it hesitates between male and female genders, but it produces an incorrect sentence in English. So we know that these biases come from the raw data on which the machine learned. In the case of unsupervised learning, which corresponds to LLM, the data collected are heterogeneous and of various origins, not traceable, and the method of collection has a strong impact on the results. So our working group, has devoted several years to these issues. What are these issues? The issue of the selection of data used to train AI, which must be accompanied by a reflection on the notion of authoritative source. The issue of data non-neutrality or algorithmic discrimination, with reference to the presence of stereotypes that I just showed you, and the issue of conceptualizing AI algorithms on the basis of purely technical and rarely linguistic criteria. So the project involves 3 Romance languages, as I already told you. The goal is to create an application which can identify and rephrase discriminatory forms of language in administrative text. And by discriminative, we mean not only gender, but also the elimination of ethnic, religious stereotypes. And so this application was designed as an intralingual translation device taking advantage of prior knowledge in interlingual machine translation, machine translation, yeah. So you see here the interface of our device. On the left, the source text. On the right, the text identified as non-inclusive. And in green, inclusively text. In the last sentence, for example, you see that generic masculine docenti e studenti, which is not considered as inclusive for us, is replaced by a neutral collective nouns, personale and comunità. So I have only 1 minute, so I will probably I will have the time to add something later. So why our methodology is considered as innovative? It is innovative on the linguistic point of view because for the first time we have integrated at the heart of the deep learning methodologies linguistic and discursive criteria for inclusive communication. So we have annotated data from new formal communication corpora. Sorry. E qui. Yeah. We had strong human involvement in data-driven methods, both for automatic identification of non-inclusive text and also for suggesting alternative forms and reformulations of inclusive text. So I will conclude this methodology allows the improvement of the device performance, particularly with respect to translation quality in terms of preserving linguistic geographical variation or diatopy, and rendering inclusiveness. I will add something later. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Valeria. Very interesting intervention. Now let's welcome our second speaker. Here it is Beatrice Savoldi. She's a researcher at the Machine Translation Unit from Fondazione Bruno Kessler, and she received her PhD in 2023 with a thesis of gender bias in automatic translation. Her main research line concerns inclusive and trustworthy translation technologies. So thank you again, Beatrice. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
Let's see whether this works. Okay. Hi everyone. So I think that like my presentation will resonate with a lot of stuff that have been previously said by the two amazing keynote speakers we had today, and also with the project by the colleague. Okay, technical problems. And I'm going to present more of an overview of some issues I've been thinking about and introducing them, and then some of the current work I'm doing, and also with my colleagues at FBK. So let me start from no. Do you want? Okay. So I wanted to start with, let's say, a pretty famous image. Maybe you've seen it online from Sasha Luccioni from A Game Face. So I think this dates like 1 or 2 years ago, and she was trying to understand also via Twitter contribution to say at the time it was called Twitter, some of the benefits and costs of AI, so the good and the bad, right? And of generative AI in general, of which language models are, of course, a part of. And indeed, there are very cool opportunities and applications that can be made, but there are indeed a lot of also issue underlying how we develop AI and how we deploy it. And in particular, we have biases and homogeneity, an issue with language and culture. And we will see today how these two aspects can closely relate to one another. So we do know, of course, that the language models, just like prior approaches to natural language processing applications, are affected by bias. Even UNESCO came out with a report about this at the beginning of the year. And so if we consider, they considered foundation models like Llama 2, GP2, they were generating misogynistic content and troublesome association or sexist comments. And also they were investigating how, and that's a typical test, the researchers have been doing for a while now, that feminine names, for instance, we associate more closely with concepts like family, but when it comes to male names instead, their association are closer to higher prestige occupations like executive and stuff like this. But already, like in this report, they were finding that when it comes to ChatGPT, it was a bit better in terms of, for instance, stereotypes and behaviors of this kind, probably because GPT has been developed by also using reinforcement learning from human feedback, so to integrate their preferences, basically. And so if we interact with ChatGPT, there are some which are pretty good. So now if we ask ChatGPT, can we predict if someone is a professor based on their gender? Well, the answer is okay. No, we cannot. That's not good. We cannot predict if someone is a professor based solely on their gender. That's not a reliable factor. Rather, this could contribute to stereotypes and discrimination. So that's really good, if asked explicitly at least, right? But we were mentioning amazing journalistic endeavors, investigative journalism. So we know from Bloomberg also that bias can also appear more implicitly when into downstream applications, right? So Bloomberg made this investigation and found that if we have CVs which are like just look the same for the same job, just based on the proper names of the candidate, ChatGPT can discriminate, meaning if you have, there are differences based on how the tool ranks you, depending on whether you have like a white woman sounding name, let's say Karen, why not? Or an Asian sounding name, whatever. And this is not so new. So maybe you've heard of this, but already also in 2019, maybe it was 2018, actually, there was this huge scandal with Amazon that was developing this tool theoretically internally to hire candidates for STEM positions, and they also found that it was discriminating against women's curricula, regardless of their actual qualifications, picking up again on very silly cues that we wouldn't notice. Maybe, I don't know, the hobbies that were reported in the CV, or they were the names of some colleges that were only for women only, and was picking up upon this proxy for gender. So everything I've shown so far is in English, right? And the thing is that from where I've been in research, but I can say that in the last few years, there's definitely been an increase of interest and awareness in these aspects, in fairness, ethical issues with language technologies. That's definitely on the rise. Maybe sometimes a bit of ethics washing, but most of that is good. But indeed, most of the solution, the approaches, the resources we created in the knowledge, I think, is very English-centric. Or Western-centric, because, I mean, English is spoken in a bunch of places, right? But the thing is that language models now are widely user-facing applications. They're used by a bunch of people. And also, they have remarkable multilingual capabilities. We know that even the English-centric models, so if we consider GPT or Llama, we know that like 26% of the training data is all English, and then the rest is other languages. So considering that, it's pretty amazing what they can do in other languages. And also now we're having properly multilingual languages that are designed to incorporate a higher distribution and representation of other languages too. And the thing is, for the study of ethical issues and fairness in general, that's relevant. We need to take into account different perspectives because, you know, our stereotypes, prejudices, bias are transmitted through language, and that's a social bias. It's reflective of our culture and of our environment. So we cannot simply assume that the methods, the idea, the resources can be repurposed from English into other languages as they are. Because right now we're having a very strong English and Western focus as our amazing keynote speaker was discussing this morning. So just to give you a very silly example, like I was teaching a few weeks ago, and I showed this image as an example of a bad generalization of stereotype, and I had a student, international one, going, I don't think girls, like there's a stereotype for girls in math, is there? So, you know, so our stereotypes and biases are very contextual also maybe to your age, your environment, you know? So imagine if we look at the world. So what is happening around these issues? So first of all, we need to take into account multilinguality and multiculturality. And here's a project that I've been lucky enough to be a part of that was led by Hugging Face by Margaret Mitchell, which is now under review, but I think it's gonna come out soon. And we've been creating this multilingual resource where we've been collecting stereotypes from different areas of the world and translating them all together into 20 languages. It's community-driven resource, it's credited, so all the researchers joining that were creating the stereotypes and putting them in and verifying them are going to be recognized in the article. And this allows us to really weigh in cultural nuances, because most of the times we were taking maybe English data sets and retranslating them, sometimes automatically into another language, but we're completely losing, you know, the meaning of those stereotypes or those issues, right? But also the methods we had to handle, for instance, when we wanted to, I don't know, we were inheriting maybe stereotypes from English or from other languages, and we had to put them into Italian, and I don't know, maybe this stereotype was against Asians, and for us it was also a problem of, should we say Asiatici, Asiatica with the feminine, or in a neutral manner? Is this going to have an impact on how we evaluate, right? And that's also what is bringing me here, right? So also differences across languages and cross-lingual technologies. So we were discussing machine translation. This is also something I've been working. Gender bias in machine translation was actually the topic of my PhD, and I've been kept on working on that. And well, we know these examples. So it is also due to cross-lingual differences. In English, we do not express gender in the source language, just picture a scientist. And then in a language like Italian, traditionally, we encode either a feminine or masculine inflection reflecting the gender of the speaker. Now, theoretically, Google has also improved their interface, because they should be offering double options, but like one masculine and one feminine for ambiguous query, but that's not really happening with scientists. It's just offering two alternatives of the same masculine version. And the thing is that, well, this is also not new. We've been having gender bias for the automatic translation task for all the paradigms we've explored. So from statistical machine translation, so prior to neural networks, with neural networks, and now we've done a survey also for language models, right? But the study we're looking at, some of them are saying, yes, also language models are impacted by bias in the context of automatic translation. They tend to favor masculine forms. They use feminine ones only when it's a stereotype, and sometimes it's even ungrammatical, the sentence, because even if you have gender information, they are maybe outputting I don't know, either a feminine or masculine form, because the stereotype overrides the correct information. But some people are also saying, but you know, language models offer us some possibilities for better control in gender translation, because they also have this cool thing where we can verbalize an instruction and ask them to do something more personalized that we desire, that we want. And this is actually what we've also been exploring with my research group on inclusive automatic translation, incorporating neutral forms, which is the use of expression we tend to avoid referring to any binary gender, which are now endorsed by multiple institutions, maybe even your university or government, and indeed the European Parliament has proposed guidelines about this. Mostly monolingual, but we're trying to put this into machine translation tools. Because as we were saying, in a lot of cases, for automatic translation, we are confronted with source sentences, as in this case, which do not provide any information about the gender of these entities, but also it's just very relevant, because oftentimes we have like these generics, all doctors, so it's everyone, it's all citizens, so we don't really need to pick like one or the other gender. And beside that, some people do not identify with either. So the idea there is to desire neutrality, to avoid binary gender assumption when there's just really no need to do that, and to refer to the multiplicity of the audience, the population. And the thing is, though, is that the use of neutral language is quite recent. So, of course, we don't have many resources representing this type of expressions, and especially not in a bilingual context. So maybe we have monolingual guidelines, but when it comes to, you know, aligning and teaching like a model how to translate from one language into other, what the correspondence would be, we're missing the kind of information. But here's where language models, instruction-tuned language models come in, because we know that we can just provide them with a few examples and they're pretty flexible, and they can leverage them to really try and solve a new task they haven't encountered before. So this is what we did. And indeed, the results were really pretty good. So for instance, first we asked the language models, so can you tell me if neutrality here is desired? Because there are instances in which it's not really needed. If I have a sentence like, he is my brother, there's no really need to neutralize that information. Or even if I say, I don't know, men tend to have more heart attacks than women, I need that information there. It makes sense. So they're really pretty good at this. And also, they were already pretty good, at least the very big size language models, at producing gender-neutral translation. As we can see here, almost 75% out of 70% of the cases, and we also judged it. And the quality of this neutralization was like, according to, well, us, multiple researchers, we were manually looking at it, was acceptable in many of the cases. So that was really pretty remarkable, considering that, I don't know, we've given the models 5 examples on how to do this. So just to conclude with a few remarks on this. So in general, even though in the interfaces and when asked explicitly, we may not recognize and we may think that some of our current technologies are less harmful, we still need to pay attention because these biases could implicitly be encoded into other applications and being found, along the line for very high sensitive situations. Also, so far, most of the things we know in the research on this is very Western English focused. So I think there we have more and more information, but in general, we need to consider also multilingual conditions, multilingual methodologies that also reflect multiculturality. There, I think we're way less covered, especially for less resourced languages. To some extent, we say that this technology is biased, but also offers some possibilities. So there's some good side to it, of positive application, of course, but this has to be done with awareness. But one of the challenges we have now is that, or in general, not now, is that as long as we are designing something for a specific, let's say, socially relevant task that we're designing, we are able to design it as we deem proper, but it's very hard also to tackle this issue when we are dealing with general purpose generative models that are going to be, put down to many different applications. And in that case, it's very hard to foresee what will go wrong since the beginning. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Beatrice. Very, very interesting and stimulating. Now we welcome our third speaker, Michele Loi. And Michele Loi is a senior science advisor at Algorithm Watch, a no-profit organization to evaluate algorithm decision-making processes that might have social relevance, and an independent ethics consultant. His main research focus combines methods of philosophical analysis from analytical political philosophy and mathematical formalization from economics and statistics. And having said that, please, Michele.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'm humbled by the previous 2 presentations. What I'm presenting here is not the result of extensive research. My research on fairness and in machine learning is still the published research answer to the previous paradigm, basically, of supervised machine learning, classification, and so on. This is much more, it's no more than some reflections based on conversations I'm having, in particular with one AI entrepreneur who was professor of mathematics turned activist turned entrepreneur, who is Paul Oliver de Haye, with whom we have a long-standing conversation on these topics. And also, this is going to be very, very high level, so don't expect details. And with this disclaimer, I move to my first insight, which is more about my general optic here as a political philosopher. Also, I want to say I'm not speaking on behalf of Algorithm Watch at this moment. This is my personal views. So I think I could confidently state that with respect to bias, if you're looking for bias, you will always find bias. So that's why I kind of jump on my chair when I read debiasing or unbiased. I mean, if you're an academic, I think you know very well, we all accept bias systems, or you all accept, I'm no longer an academic, but of course, we all accept it. Also, on the receiving side, think about, I mean, publication bias. There is even a bias in publication, which is called publication bias, which is then a scientific bias deriving from publication. And there are all sorts of biases, of course, affecting disproportionately, it seems, people from disadvantaged backgrounds or women. And yet we rely on it. Or think about democracy. Here is the famous Churchill quote. The point I want to make is that if we look for bias, we find bias. So yes, it's important to know that there is bias, but it's even more important to think about, so what do we do? Do we have a better system than that one? A less biased system, but when we say a better system, also it has to be a better system overall, because otherwise people will not use that system. So we end up accepting lots of biases. It's unavoidable. And so this was the general optic. And now I want to kind of navigate you through the maze of the different type of harms when we think about unfairness and injustice. Although this is disputed in philosophy, let's say the easiest level of injustice that we can visualize has to do with how benefits and harms are distributed, which makes the reflection on fairness in large language model a bit harder, because we are discussing less tangible forms of harm. They are less tangible, but not for that reason less important. So I think representational harm is one of the most discussed, the categories is mostly discussed about. So one example of representational harm is misrepresentations of minorities, for example. But again, think about what I said before. Of course, if we look for misrepresentation, we're always going to find some degree of misrepresentation. Also, I mean, when people represent us, right? I mean, we always misrepresent to a certain degree. But then we can have more serious forms of misrepresentation until we have like the extreme form, which will be demeaning representation, which probably configures as a violation of fundamental human rights, human right to dignity, European Constitution. I think it's Article 1. Similarly, with underrepresentation, in the most mild form, it might be just a slight bias, or it can be a gross, evident bias, or in the extreme form, we're talking about historical erasure, when it concerns symbols, cultural production is in a way the symbolic counterpart of genocide. But I want us to move beyond the representational harm category and explore other two forms of injustice. And unfortunately, I didn't have access to the work by the esteemed linguist provided below. So the first category of linguistic justice just happens to be the political philosophy framework that I think fits a lot of what has been discussed, especially in the first presentation. Linguistic justice is a concept from Philippe van Parijs, one of the most brilliant philosophers of the Boomer generation, European philosopher in analytic philosophy, a field dominated by English and American scholars, most famous politically for the idea of basic income, one of the fathers of basic incomes, I would say. He devoted some of his last philosophical works before retiring, he's still alive, to this idea of linguistic justice. It's very important ideas, the territorial principle and compensation for linguistic burden, where, let me explain a bit more, the territorial principle has to do with the idea that, so while having a lingua franca is a great thing, so Van Parijs is not against English, that just happens to be the lingua franca. I mean, the important concept there is the lingua franca. If we were in the zero, in year one, it would have been Latin, right? For at least part of the society, and then some other language somewhere else. Now it's English kind of overall, or not really overall, probably French in some parts of the world is the lingua franca. So there are these lingua franca, but still there are important moral political reasons for the protections of the other languages that in a way make the big service to all of humanity to understand what a language is, to learn what a language is. I mean, we couldn't learn a second language without our first language. And there is this idea of a compensation for a linguistic burden, the idea that there are some disadvantages of having to learn the lingua franca as a second language. And this is probably a normative framework that can be applied to the type of research that we were listening before, because it really explains that this the question about the kind of protection that local forms of language, local forms of expression, the richness of local language should receive is a matter of linguistic justice, if such thing exists. Again, it's debated. And also there are competing theories of it. And also the question of compensation. I mean, should there be, should this all be left to the free market, or should there be some action by, interesting case, the European Union, with the exception of Ireland, that also hasn't really, I mean, English is our first language. I mean, they also have another language. English is not the language of any other EU country. So maybe could there be a role in promoting some sort of compensation, some form of compensation for the disadvantages that derive from competing in a world in which the lingua franca is English and not French and not Italian and not Spanish and so on. At least within the West, probably also called, I mean, northern part of the world, still this is the case. But then there is the theme that lies more nearer to my studies and so on, which is distributive justice. And here I want to just suggest a few ideas how distributive justice can be thought to relate to large language models. This is much harder than when we think about classifiers or risk assessments, where it's a bit easier to model the relation between a decision and the prediction. So a prediction leading to a decision, leading to some sort of impact on the individual, which we can model. Like this, maybe the correct decision is the beneficial one in some context. In some other context, the positive decision is beneficial. In some context, both kind of mistakes, type 1 and type 2, are harmful, but in different ways. But it's not so challenging to model. We've done so in a past project of mine, showing how this could be modeled, and then we can apply theories of distributive justice, which basically are about fairly dividing benefits and burdens. But what about the large language model? I mean, most of the uses of large language models don't occur in contexts in which we are taking predictions, making predictions for decisions about individuals. Of course, we can use them in that way. We could train large language models to help in diagnosis and so on. So then we can model it as basically classifiers from the point of view of fairness. But it doesn't have to be, right? Lots of these uses are more creative, searching for information, information that is often hard to classify in a binary way as accurate or inaccurate, true or false. Still, oh, sorry, I'm always messed up with this. Still, I think we can think around two concepts. We can think that a priori, we can expect the market on an ideal market, so that's already an idealization, a well-functioning competitive market should lead to fine-tune the performance of large language models that are accessible to all who have access to the internet as general purpose tools, so not specialized technical large language models, vertical ones, but these horizontal ones. In theory, we expect that the market will, over time, maximize the benefit for the average user. So sort of approximation where you're trying, you know, you will not build an interface, you will not optimize the performance thinking about the needs of a special individual, but because you're trying to have systems that are as widely used as possible, you'll try to accommodate needs of this phantomatic, hypothetical average consumer that of course doesn't exist, like the average Italian, but in a sense exists. And that will give us a sort of a utilitarian approach. Maybe you maximize general happiness or average happiness in that way, but there is a different way of thinking about justice. For instance, the Rawlsian way of thinking about justice will actually alter the priorities and say, you know what, if you want to be just, you should not try to orient your fine-tuning to serve the needs of the average consumer, but you should attach more weight to the disadvantaged consumer. And what could that mean? So again, these are all very hypothetical ideas, not even yet a framework, but starting to think about what that could mean. For instance, I think it's the clearest implication is in UX, in the user experience. That means accessibility. Some steps are being made already. A lot of AIs can be used by audio, which clearly by voice input, which already makes it more inclusive. So inclusive design, I think it's quite easy to understand. But we can also think in terms of the fine-tuning characteristics. So for instance, the balance between what is sometimes called the temperature, you know, how do you want the AI to play it safe or to be more risky and adventurous? Probably the ideal midpoint between these two things is different depending on the user whose needs you have in mind. So if you have, for instance, a low literacy user in mind, then probably the problem of false information, the problem of delusions, the problem of hallucination is bigger because we're dealing with users who have less resources, less capacity to fact check, for instance, or even just critical thinking. And that will mean basically fine-tuning the model in a different way, in a way that requires, for instance, higher confidence requirements in responses. That's a very useful idea from one of the speakers this morning about abstention. So probably abstention should be favored a bit more as a response for someone who can't really criticize or evaluate critically the input that is being received. With, of course, very delicate trade-offs. I mean, especially when we are dealing with high-stakes area. And again, also it means taking into account the specific vulnerabilities that can arise in areas like medical advice, when you are someone who don't have the resources to go to receive professional medical advice, because maybe you rely on the public health system, like in Italy, that is basically falling apart. Financial advice, legal advice, educational advice, immigration advice, advice about visa and so on. How the quality or bad quality of this information affects people really depends on what type of people they are and what kind of user we are thinking about when we design and try to optimize those systems. So again, here the question is, should the market lead this process alone, or should there be some arrangement to kind of introduce some elements of roles and justice? And this was my last slide. And I thank you for your attention of those half-backed ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Michele, and thanks to all speakers. I got bad news. We were a bit delayed by technical issues and whatever. So I think, if Roberta agrees, that we can place all our questions during the coffee break. I don't want to disappoint anybody. Your intervention were fantastic, but for the sake of respecting our time limits, maybe it's better if you go right now to the break, right? And of course, they will be here, so you can ask all the questions you want, but one by one. Let's thank again our speakers. Very, very interesting talks. And then now again, coffee break to the same room where we had lunch, Sala Boschereccia. See you there.
Quindi tu inizi a partire.
Cioè dici che già...
Dopo ti faccio la dietro. Dopo, una volta che ho parlato, non faccio adesso. Devo stare vicino un po'.
Panel, which is about AI fairness and bias in the real-world industry. So we're going to have 3 talks by 3 invited speakers, and then there's going to be time for questions. First speaker is Daniele Regoli. Daniele is a data scientist in the Data and Artificial Intelligence Office at Intesa Sanpaolo, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let me put a timer here so I'm sure. Okay, so I'm going to present very, very briefly, first of all, an overview of the office in which I work, actually, what we do, very briefly, and then a focus on what Intesa Sanpaolo is doing on responsible AI, if we manage to do that. So just let's say that most of the thing that I will going to talk has been kind of spoiled in some sense by the wonderful keynote by Ivana before. You will see many resemblance with what she said, actually. Starting from the fact that we don't have a chief AI office, actually, but kind of. This is just, so Intesa Sanpaolo, of course, is a very big company and complicated, as you may imagine. This is just a part of the company, the IT part. And this is just to let you know that what I'm talking about, so where I work is a part of the part, in some sense. It's the data and AI office, in which 2 services inside that are explicitly and entirely dedicated to AI. So we have an AI delivery factory, which is where I work in, actually. And this is the part of the bank that has the responsibility of developing end-to-end AI projects. And then we have also a data science and responsible AI part, on which I'm going to focus a little bit later. So yeah, we are mainly based on Turin and Milan, actually, the data science and artificial intelligence sector of São Paulo, let's say. We have also, actually, I am based in Bologna, actually, but most of us are in Milan and in Turin, of course. So the headquarters of São Paulo is, of course, in Turin. So our department, so we started in the 2016, actually, as a Department of Artificial Intelligence in São Paulo. I joined later. I joined in almost 5 years ago, actually, at the beginning of 2020. The mission, let's say, of the sector that I was talking about before, so the data science, the AI delivery factory and the data science and responsible AI service, let's say, the mission is to develop AI projects for all the bank. We are a lot of people. It's even difficult to count them because we are increasing and there are organizational changes every now and then. So it's also difficult to give a number, but we are for sure more than 70 people actually now. And we develop projects for all the bank, let's say, so both for the governance areas and also for the business areas of the bank, of course. Okay, this is just what I said. We develop projects end-to-end for all the branches of the bank, let's say. So let's have a focus on responsible AI activities. So just as a personal note, let's say, so as I was saying, I joined Intesa Sanpaolo in the beginning of 2020, so 5 years ago, roughly. And very soon afterwards, a few months afterwards, we started thinking about fairness and explainability mostly. We started with a research collaboration, actually. So we did a research collaboration with the City University of London and Fujitsu, the company, which has a branch which is called Fujitsu Laboratories, which is dedicated to research. And we did a kind of 1 year long collaboration, roughly half of the year dedicated to fairness and the other half dedicated to explainability. And this is where we first put our head, let's say, on the topics of responsible AI in general, but in particular on fairness and on explainability. No, the other one, okay. So this is just to say that as far as the general group, so Intesa Sanpaolo, the real kick for scaling up artificial intelligence projects has been in the plan 2022-2025. So there is now a kind of top-down governance of the entire AI project that we do. It's a program which is called AI Acceleration. We've built a center of excellence and so on. Let's not lose time for this. So in terms of what we have in place for responsible AI, so as I was saying, we started with the research collaboration. So we did research, we published papers starting in the 2020. Of course, during these years, a lot of things has changed. We have done a lot of advocacy, of course, mainly with financial and banking associations such as AFMEN and EBF, discussing in particular of course, the Artificial Intelligence Act, the development of Artificial Intelligence Act, starting from 2021, when it was first proposed. We have 3 pillars, let's say. So we have, of course, a part which is dedicated to data security, data governance, which is actually not our department in some sense. And then we have in place now a classification system, a risk-based classification system. This is in line with what will be the Artificial Intelligence Act in some sense. So as was also said before, and as you may know, the Artificial Intelligence Act has been published in this year, August 2024, but the entry into force is stepwise, let's say. So most of the obligations will enter into force for the IRIS systems in 2027, August 2027, so 2 years from the publication, let's say. So we have in place a classification risk of AI systems and a set of controls that I'm going to detail in a minute. Of course, as our department, we also, again, Intesa Sanpaolo is big and complicated, so we have a lot of internal rules, guidelines, regulations. So we help in also designing those rules with respect to AI, of course, and responsible AI. So the responsible AI team is collaborates and is inside the project team, so the development team. So starting from the very beginning, so we have, of course, a privacy assessment, which is not inside the AI Act, let's say, but for the GDPR, as was said also before. We have in place a risk classification, but then, of course, the aspect of responsible AI, trustworthy AI, are in line on the whole life cycle, of course, during the project design, during the development, of course, if it is necessary to put in place some controls, of course, during the monitoring, and so on. So, again, to be in line with the forthcoming obligations of the Artificial Intelligence Act, we have also in place a risk, as I was saying, a risk classification. The only difference is that we have a 3-level, not 4-level, let's say. So we have the provision, the high risk, and what is not high risk, let's say. And we have in place controls under these 4 pillars. One is fairness. So we have in place all sorts of metrics. Then I have no time here, but if you have questions on this, I'm happy to give more details on the aspect of metrics, of which I'm personally speaking, I'm not very fond of. But yeah, let's take this for questions. We have transparency obligations in terms of both technical documentation and documentation for the user, the internal user, I mean. Explainability. So we've done a lot also on explainability, both in research and what we do in algorithms. So something like the state of the art for us is SHAP. For, of course, here I'm talking about specifically of standard machine learning. Of course, the elephant in the room is generative AI, for which big question mark, let's say, in terms of explainability, but also in terms of fairness and so on and so forth. And we have also, of course, all the flavors of human in the loop and human oversight in general. We are working, again, in research collaboration on the fundamental rights impact assessment. You may also know that in the Artificial Intelligence Act, there is a provision for the fundamental rights impact assessment. We are working on that. Again, we are also working on what it means to do a fundamental rights impact assessment when you have in your project a large language model, which is, again, the elephant in the room in some sense. I'll close. I'm closing just to say that we, okay, so Intesa Sanpaolo is in the AI Pact. Maybe you know of it. The AI Pact is a voluntary agreement between, I think, more than 100 companies, European companies, to try to anticipate, let's say, the provision of the Artificial Intelligence Act. We try to do as much collaboration with with the university, let's say, as we can. So we are in a European project, which is Tango, funded by the Horizon program on the human-computer interaction. We are inside the Future of AI Research, FAIR project, in particular in Spoke 1 and Spoke 5. And we also try to do courses. So we have a course in place with a focus on responsible AI with Università Cattolica, the Sentai, which is the Center of Research in Turin, and Accenture. And I think I finished here 30 seconds later.
So our next speaker is Sebastiano Callio. And Sebastiano is a senior data scientist with a background in consulting, fintech, and enterprise environment. He is going to talk about AI and trust in Adecco.
Hi to all. First of all, let me thanks to Roberta to the chance to participate today to this very interesting meeting. Also because, you know, on a personal note, I gained my master degree here in Bologna. So for me, it's like, you know, a journey back in time, coming that. And also because I spent 2 years living in Via Fondazza, so very close to this place. So it's a very pleasure for me. But today I would like to represent the ADECO group, talking about how we leverage AI in human resources industry. Just to provide you some context, ADECO is a worldwide company that is focused on human resources. In Italy, we have the headquarters in Milan. We are the the first company in terms of market share in Italy, and we have 3,000 employees, more than 400 offices spread in Italy, and the most important part is that we have more or less 50,000 careers enabled every day, and 20,000 of them are permanent workers. So we are not just only a company focused on staffing, but we provide different services like permanent workers, or maybe assessment, or also consultancy. So a lot of human resources services. Well, a lot of the thing I will share with you are already spoiled by Ivana. So also our company, that is a very big company in Italy, created a dedicated expert and facilities related to AI. In the AI and data science team are the one that have the ownership to design, develop, and deploy the AI solution. But we are supported by the responsible AI committee that is composed by different experts coming from different areas like IT, or maybe sustainability, or public affairs, or a lot of area involved in our company. The second team involved in AI, in responsible AI, is the corporate funding team that is addressed to find the best project in Europe to be involved. And for instance, this is thanks to this team we are involved in the AEQUITAS project with the University of Bologna. We have also a CSR responsibility AI team that help us to gain the right certification, to be aware of the rules and the regulatory laws about the AI. And we have also the legal integrity compliance team that support us to be in line with the new legal aspect of the AI, like AI Act or GDPR. Now I would like to show you a subset of the technology we developed and deployed in ADECO related to the AI. The first group is related to content generators. We leverage this AI, for instance, to create the CV Maker. It is a free tool that allows the candidates to create his personal CV, starting from an easy format where the candidate has to provide some input, like the expertise or the skills, or maybe the languages that the candidate knows. The interest factor of this tool is that it's free, so you don't have to register or log into our website, but you can use this technology without any kind of registration. Moreover, it's gender neutral, so it's important to highlight that the content created by the CV Maker is gender neutral and respect some standards in terms of readability. And the last fact is that you can also provide input with speech, so it's also useful for people with some, a specific problem like blind persons. And the second tool I would like to share with you is the GPT job posting, that vice versa helps the recruiter to write job posting in a standard format without any kind of discrimination, and following an internal standard for responsible AI. And the second part is related to content inspectors. Those tools are we are still developing this kind of tool, because it's very hard to, let me say, put the Gen AI in an engineering tool. That means it's not easy to create something that is static and provide always the same result. But we are trying to check the job post provided by the recruiter, so the posts that are not related with GPT job posting, so the posts that are personally created by the recruiter, trying to ask, for instance, to check for discrimination related to age, gender, or maybe nationality. But we are also trying to check the note that the recruiter input into the database related to candidate interview, for instance. And the second tool is the document analyzer. This is, like more a RAG tool that help our department to inspect, for instance, wide documents like legal documents. And so this is a subset. We use also some predictive models, for instance, to predict the best price. So we have a dynamic pricing system, but it's not related with this kind of responsible AI content. And the last but not least, I would like to share with you the AEQUITAS use case tool, that is the candidate matching. It's easy to understand that a company like us is very interested to automatize the recruiting process in a certain manner. And this tool is basically a recommendation engine that provides suggestion about the best match between candidate and job position. We have, two parts of the tool. The first one is the reverse matching. So we start from a candidate profile, and we try to address or suggest the best job position for this candidate. And the second one is the direct matching, that is, the vice versa. So we start from a job position, and we try to find the best candidate. What are the AI features involved? As you can see, the first one is the CV parsing. So we try to extract the relevant information from the CV using an external provider tool that is, provided by Salesforce in this case. But the point is that we try to fine-tune this tool because, for instance, the parsers, what do is to extract the relevant information and try to standardize those information with our ontologies, for instance. The second feature related to the AI that we use is the text cleaning, because the job title inserted by the recruiter in the job post is usually not so clean, so we have to extract the meaningful information related to the job position that we are searching for. And the third part is the embeddings. So we try to use some to get the information from the CV, create embeddings, insert these embeddings in a vector database to find similarities between job title of experience from candidate profile and job title requested from the job position. On the right side, you can find the key metrics that we use to create this kind of score, that are experience, interest, skill, education, cards, and the commute distance between the domicile of the candidate and the workplace. And as you can see, we avoid to use the dimension that are related to discrimination like age, gender, and nationality. But just to be a little bit provocative, I would like to say that there are some job positions that require a specific age. For instance, the apprenticeship. We can hire just candidates that are under 13, if I'm not wrong. Or maybe some job position has specific, let me say, discount in terms of the type of position it is required related to the gender. So this is more or less the tool that we use in Adecco. I would like to highlight some points related to how we try to minimize the biases or maybe the inequalities. I think that this is our, main project related to Gen AI, and what we already do is, for instance, an extensive testing phase of this tool. We started developing this tool more or less 4 years ago. And we always involve, in every release we try to deploy, we involve a subset of our employees, a representative subset of our employees, to say, okay, guys, this tool is good or not, the result of the tool are good or not. And more than this, we try to understand if the results of this tool are better or equal, at least, for, of the previous deterministic version, let me say, of this kind of tool. Another important part is that all the, as already I said, all the AI features involved are, you know, provided by a certified external provider, like, for instance, Salesforce or OpenAI. And moreover, we try to measure the quality of this tool also with the support, for instance, of researchers like AEQUITAS do. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so our last speaker is Stefano Spaggiari. He is a co-founder of Expert AI, and he grew the company from expansion in Europe and the US listing. I mean, Expert AI is an AI-first company since day one, and they've grown a lot in recent years. And the room's you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Thanks for your presence. And we are on the other side of the barrier because we are the provider of solutions. Intesa is one of our customers, so for some aspects, so you're a big company. And I think that this topic is interesting, and we are managing it in a wider meaning, that contains also the topic of sustainability. We see, okay, we have the ethics of the AI, that it's important, that it's started to emerge not a lot of time ago, because we have been working on artificial intelligence for more or less 20 years. So not start from a couple of years ago. Yes, 2 days ago was the day when GPT appeared a couple of years ago. So the world discovered the artificial intelligence at the end of a couple of years ago. Of course, there was before, and we see that we've been working on some different techniques. And of course, we added now Gen AI, that for sure is useful, but you have to manage it carefully. One of the reasons is the fairness, but there are also other reasons that we see. One of the most important aspects is the explainability, the ability in try to understand which is the reasoning behind the scene done by the artificial intelligence. And on the AI Act that will be implemented in 2 or 3 years, this aspect will be very, very important, in particular for some type of services, but in general terms, the explainability. And there is a big question mark about this with the Gen AI, of course, because the technology behind the Gen AI is not so aligned in terms of explainability. So this will be a big challenge. Of course, we are studying the AI Act to understand, and everybody are studying the AI Act to try to understand what we have to do. But since the beginning, the idea for us of explainability using different technologies, it's something that we already implemented. As the trust of transparency that since the beginning we tried to inject in our project to really understand how it works about data transparency, model transparency, and process transparency. A related aspect to this, thanks to our approach that is an hybrid approach, is this aspect is more ESG, of course, but if you can use different technology, there is an important aspect that we'll see in practical terms later, to save energy. Now it's a huge and big problem, this that started to emerge some months ago, due to the fact that probably you listen about the fact that Microsoft is interested in nuclear power station to provide the system of enough energy. So it starts to become really a tough topic. And this is the aspect of sustainability related to the pure use of Gen AI, for example, that it's very, very expensive in terms of energy. So having used also in the past different technology, this is more or less the history of artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence was, of course, a technique before the Gen AI era with different technologies. We started 20 years ago with a symbolic approach to try to model our ability in collecting information. And then there was the machine learning. So the artificial intelligence also before already among us. We have more than 150 customers acquired before a couple of years ago about the hype on artificial intelligence. And we think that, of course, you have to use everything to obtain the best result on many different aspects, also on the fairness, also related to the energy, also related, we'll see, to the cost, because Gen AI, when you use it, really the companies start to really try to understand how to use it. The cost aspect, it's an important aspect that you have to take into consideration. And so this is the history, but the techniques that you could implement, and we will see how we are doing it. Probably you don't know, Forrester is an analyst in our sector, in the tech sector, that said that our ability in injecting the Gen AI inside our platform, combining the Gen AI with the other techniques, is something that is really unique and makes a lot of value, add a lot of value of the standard approach. And our approach is the hybrid model to obtain many different advantages. This is why hybrid? Hybrid because you have the opportunity to use at the same time different techniques. Depending on the case, you can use a symbolic approach with the rules. You can use machine learning that is still very interesting, very useful for some types of problems. You can use, of course, Gen AI, but you can use also a mix of these techniques. For example, we have some projects now where the first part of the analysis of the data is done with the symbolic approach. So explicit knowledge that we provided to the system, huge, complicated, very rich, and then we clean up the data with this technique, and then we move to the Gen AI, providing this cleaned data to the Gen AI, and the results of the Gen AI, of course, are better and better. Trying, for example, to avoid the hallucination. That is one of the most important problems in Gen AI. Our approach is this. In particular, we told the name is guardrail, a sort of support also to the Gen AI implementation, with explicit knowledge, in some cases with the machine learning algorithm, to try to avoid the hallucination, to try to have better results and have less expensive implementation. I have a case, a real case that we just implemented in a very important US insurance. You know that the insurance in US are very big, in particular for medical support, not having a public health system. The insurance are very big in this, and they had a problem to manage all the data, all the information about their customers. And this is the case about medical claim package. So the management of the documentation that they receive, hundreds of thousands of documents every day. And we did this test, a direct, with only with the business rules, the technique that use when we start, but we are still using. It depends on the case, on the needs. The pure LLMs, recall and precision. These are the two dimensions important for us. The recall is how you are good in recovering the right data, and the precision to avoid false positive in recalling information. These are the two dimensions that you have to try to balance in your implementation. When we decided to try to mix the different technology, including the GenAI inside our platform, these are the results. Business rules plus LLMs in an hybrid application. You see that the precision is higher, the recall is higher at the end of the day, but the token, so the usage of GenAI is the half of the pure GenAI implementation LLMs. So in terms of cost, of course, in terms of impact, also this, it's important. In terms of precision and recall, so the best that you can dream about an implementation. Okay, this is what we have to say about our hybrid approach that is quite new in the AI scenario now.
So there's time for a couple of quick questions. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your speeches. I have a question for Sebastiano. You showed us the feature you use, but isn't the work to home distance actually a proxy for a protected feature? Like where you live does encode your social economic status and potentially also your racial identity. So why use it? And also, like you spoke about the interests, but coming back to previous speeches we heard, do I have to say that I play golf? This is my question. This seems to me like examples of protected, so proxies.
This one? Okay. So let me answer to the second question before. Interest means category, professional category of interest. Doesn't mean, I don't know, what I like to do in my, let me say, in my free time. And the second question is the distance between domicile and workplace. You have to consider that most of our, business is related to flexible, to temporary work. So, for instance, if you have a small contract of 3 months, you will not travel 1 hour per day to go to the home work. So we calculate the distance, we divide the distance in bins. So we try to say that a candidate close to the workplace, it's a better solution, a better idea also because the candidate will prefer to work close to his domicile. So this is the reason. And maybe I forgot to say that this kind of approach, that means I ask to the GenAI to extract information, then I create a score applying some tailored weight. It's something that we would like to use to control the result of the AI, you know, because comparing, for instance, directly a CV and a job post is something that is very difficult to control. So we try to understand what kind of weight we have to apply to each feature, and this comes also from the expertise of our recruiters. So it's, you know, a way to manage and to reduce biases.
I see another couple of questions, one here and one over there.
Yes, no, I'm not going to pursue the proxy things because I think, I mean, it's basically unsolvable. I mean, I'm not requiring you to avoid all proxies, but I'm especially interested in when you mentioned dynamic pricing, because I think that despite our best effort to eliminate explicit or encoded forms of discrimination, as long as you have bargaining in an unequal society, in a society where there is structural inequality between sexes, genders, groups, and so on, bargaining basically is an enabler of reproducing those inequality. Bargaining positions affect the outcome of bargaining. So when you mentioned that you have first order price discrimination, dynamic pricing, that seems like an enabler. So I was wondering whether the company would have a discussion about that role, at least testing what are the products of it and the pros and cons in terms of social impact.
Yeah, consider that the dynamic pricing is applied to clients in terms of companies. So we decide based on our historical data what is the best margin to apply for each job position. So yeah, for sure, we have some regulation coming from, you know, the government. So for the same reason I was talking about, that some job positions are strictly related to specific age and gender. But yeah, we try, you know, with a predictive model to address the best margin. So we do not consider nothing more than historical data for the same kind of clients in terms of companies and same kind of professional categories. So we try to minimize, you know, this kind of biases using some historical data coming from our database.
Okay, this is going to be the last question.
Well, actually, I have two questions, one for Stefano and the other one is for Daniela, but I don't know if I can make the same two. And the question for Stefano is, okay, you say that you are using an hybrid approach, and I think that it's really good. I like your approach to generative AI especially, but I would like to know if it's possible, how many parameters, how big are the models that you are deploying, talking about generalistic AI, because I know that we are using generalistic large language model and pre-trained transformer model to use a metaphoric here in Italy, to use a tank to kill a fly, for example. So we are using the biggest model we are at disposition now to do tasks that can be done with a lot less parameters, for example. And it could be done pretty much with the same range of accuracy with a small language model that can be trained on a lot less data, with a lot less energy, for example, and restricting the scope of the action of the model. So I would like to know if it's possible, this approach in your opinion, and how you are proceeding in this direction. And if I can do the second question, sorry for that, is Daniele, you talk about the development and the guardrails that you are using in deploying artificial intelligence in your business. And I would like to know if you can think of the same guardrail technology, or you can transfer the guardrail technology to the part of the AI that you are not directly developing internally. For example, you are using, I suppose, you can choose to use Microsoft Copilot, for example, or directly OpenAI API, and you don't have any control of that. And if some misfunctionality of the system is generated by the API or the models that you are not in control, how can you be responsible in your deploying of that?
We are, of course, agnostic in terms of usage of models. We can use any model. We are trying to use for specific tasks also smaller models. For example, we are using also Mistral because for Italian is quite good, and reduced version. On this aspect, the fact that we do at the end of the day specific implementation for a specific task, for example, claim management, you have to manage the ambiguity related to medical documents. You are not interested in that moment in generic aspect related to some topics that couldn't be so clear. So the fact that we are focused for each project on a specific and quite strict topic, it's an help, of course, on this point. In a generic AI, of course, you have tons of these problems, but luckily we don't have to match all these aspects because it's a business implementation. There are also, in our cases, some aspects that we have to manage, but with the approach of the guardrail, for example, if the output of the Gen AI, for instance, is apparently strange, we do a check with the explicit knowledge where some people injected this specific knowledge, vertical knowledge, of course, I'm talking about, and we can check if this is compliant or not. So this is the way we are doing our project to avoid the ambiguity, for the general ambiguity that you can meet sometime.
Yeah, let me try to be fast. So first of all, actually, we have a lot of, let's say, proof of concepts, experimentation on generative AI. I don't think we have nothing actually in production that uses, as you say, API, OpenAI calls, and for sure nothing that is going to the customer, but for internal use only. But I think that I'm not a legal expert, so I don't know actually, but I think that the accountability is on us if something goes wrong. And also in the AI Act, I think that the only obligation for the provider of the general purpose is to give information to the deployer, but then it is the deployer that has the ultimate responsibility. So I think it's on us the problem if something goes wrong. Yes.
Okay, so thanks again for the very interesting panel, and really thanks.
So let me welcome to the last panel. So thank you for those that are still here listening to this interesting event. So the final panel is more related to legal and social aspects of fairness. And let me invite on the stage Ivana Bertoletti, Antonino Rottolo, and Payala Rora. I mean, two of them are our keynote speakers, so they've been already introduced, but just to recap, Ivana is Vice President's Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro. Payal Arora is a Professor of Inclusive AI Cultures at Utrecht University and co-founder of FemLab, while Antonino Rotolo, that you have not yet seen today, is Professor of Legal Theory and AI and Law at the University of Bologna. He was also Vice Rector for Research at the same university, and one of the person that has created Alma AI, the Alma AI Institute. So now he is Deputy Director of Alma AI at the University of Bologna, and is also co-lead of the Ethic and Data Governance Board and co-leader of the Research Group of Societal Implication and Impact at the National Center of High Performance Computing, Big Data and Quantum. Okay, so guys, let's start. So I would like to divide this panel into three parts. In the first one, we set the foundations and the main concepts, okay? So let me start from the legal perspective and ask Nino, I mean, we all know there is the AI Act. We all know there is this legislation on AI. Why is it needed? What it is? So try to just set the basics, the stage.
Well, that's a question of a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so well, you may give many answers, but you can say that actually all people around the world try to regulate AI. So that's the point. You know, you have the executive order in the United States. We have AI acts in Europe. We have there is an African proposal framework. There is a Chinese framework which was released in September. And it's interesting that there are some similarities, by the way. The American approach is slightly different, but for example, the Chinese approach is based on risk assessment, precisely as the European one. There are substantial differences because, for example, in Europe we have fundamental rights. In China they have people, and that's But to take a look in the regulatory approach, this risk-based approach. And probably you don't know, but the Chinese law is strongly based on German law. So the legal background of Chinese legal order is very much connected to the European law. Of course, it's much different depending on, but there are some in the instruments sometimes are similar. So why we need, of course, the answer is, we spend one day speaking about, AI. So AI is a technology, is disruptive, and is really revolutionary, right? But the question, probably I can answer the question saying that, it's interesting to talk about legislation or regulation of AI because it's difficult to regulate AI. There are three different, we understand what is needed, but the question is how. In the different types of approach to regulation, show a different purpose that is behind the regulation. The European approach, which also, has to do also, is slightly, it's also in the Chinese approach, is the risk assessment approach. So basically the idea is that you try to assess and mitigate risk. And the question is, what do we mean by risk, right? So, and risk is not just, technological risk, is a normative risk, is an ethical risk, is a societal risk. And that's a definition that needed to be elaborated. And, we are still talking about that, right? You may have a different approach. The approach is based on sanctions, right? You say, but also the AI Act is based on sanctions. Not completely true. The AI Act doesn't want that you bring the problem before a court. If we bring things before a court, it will be a failure of the AI Act. So the approach is quite different. To prevent risk and try to mitigate the risk and normalize, let's say, the risk failures, right? Because if you approach the regulation on sanctions, then the question is how to monitor violations. And there is a very nice paper I invite you to read on Nature in 2022 by George and Walsh. Toby Walsh was one of the authors, and they said in IPR that the only way to detect violation IPR through AI is by using other AI. So there is no way to detect violation except using other AI. You know, if you're a philosopher, you know, that's a very intriguing thing. You know, you have regress, infinite regress, because the question is how to take care of the other AI system. You know, OpenAI is already a tool for detecting the violation of copyright law, and it's based on AI. You know, I don't think it's based on spreadsheets. You know, I don't think so. So this, I think, is the approach. You know, compliance by design is another approach, right? You basically try to design AIs in such a way that, you know, comply. For example, by injecting normative constraints. You know, it is very difficult to do that. You know, that's the reason why Europe said, you know, let's shift compliance to humans, insofar that humans run procedures that guarantee the mitigation of risk, right? But this approach doesn't exclude that you may have failures. You may have them. And if you speak with people expert in a critical infrastructure, they know very well that, you know, in one case out of a million, you will have a failure. But the question is and this is normal. The question is very difficult to explain this to jurists. So if you try to explain that to a judge, they will say, no, if you have a failure, you have a failure. And that failure is a failure, so I should take care of that, by, you know, according to the law. And that's true, but the question is that in such big critical infrastructures and technologies, you may have that, right? But this changed completely the approach to compliance, right? And I think that's the answer to say. I mean, you may have a number of reasons for regulating the AI. The question is how to do that, and behind any paradigm, you have a view of how AI could be developed, right? So that's my first.
Yeah, so it's really very, very interesting. But, you know, I mean, being risk-based, there is also a risk implied by the AI Act. So even one of the criticism that is often brought to the AI Act is that it will hinder the potential innovation of companies, right? So what do you think about that?
Yeah, first of all, I would challenge the fact that regulation of AI, in the sense that AI is already regulated and has always been, in the sense that AI has never existed in isolation. Privacy legislation, human rights law, consumer legislation, non-discrimination, all of this already applies to artificial intelligence. What has happened too often is that AI has been a great excuse to avoid existing legislation. And now we're paying the consequences. And I think, and it's not me saying this, is the FTC in the US. So certainly, although I mean, certainly will be replaced, the current FTC, with the new administration. But obviously, AI is already regulated. In fact, as I said this morning, and I want to reiterate it, that is the reason why everybody is at the moment criticizing the General Data Protection Regulation, because it's the only tool that exists at the moment to protect ourselves from the harms generated by AI, with all the limitation that it's got. So bear in mind, AI is already regulated. If you look at the European AI Act, for the conformity assessment of high-risk AI tools, there's nothing new apart from saying you have to comply with existing laws. This is why I always say, do not overestimate. The AI Act is an ex-ante legislation that says this is what you've got to do before you market a product. It has limits because, for example, in the prohibited AI categories, doesn't talk about AI that is developed, exported. I mean, that is a whole new chapter. But in any case, what I mean is AI is already regulated, nothing new under the sun. The fact that you've got to comply with, and it's quite difficult, with matter related to fairness, privacy, as I said this morning, fairness in the handling of data, in the processing of data, in the output, is already a requirement under the General Data Protection Regulation. Okay? So those who say that it hinders innovation, I think I do not agree with that at all. My company is very firmly, we are also part of the European AI Pact, very firmly saying, no, actually, I believe that bringing together innovation and privacy and legal protection by design, and coding legal protection in the design of the technologies that we build and create and deploy, is a massive competitive edge. The problem with hinder innovation is another one. The problem with hinder innovation is that we have in Europe a huge market. And if we differentiate, if we have differences across European countries on the basics, even on what personal data is, this is a massive problem, because that defeats the spirit of being a union in the European Union. When Draghi put out his I encourage you, I've just written a book on this, which is a European, what is growing in Europe with European values, with European values, exactly on this, sort of why Europe is lagging behind the US and China, and what are the strategy for growth. One of the key problems that we have is really this sort of fragmented regulation. And by the way, what is going to happen in the US, watch it carefully, because what's going to happen in the US is that they're going to experience on AI a plethora of diverging legislation at state level. So let us watch for this. But what I'm trying to say is, the problem I see is that we are differing on interpretation of basic concepts. And I can only imagine what's going to happen in the European AI Act unless the European AI Office is really strong. And I like the European AI Office. There's really good people in the European AI Office. Nevertheless, will they have the power to really have a European-wide approach to the European AI Act?
Well, thank you, Ivana. So moving a little bit toward the social part, Payal. And looking a little bit more on just on fairness. What do you think is, the context in which we are measuring fairness is crucial, right? The social context. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah. So, so just in response, firstly, and tying this to what's been said, I think it's useful to think about, what are the values driving these different contexts. So let's look at it from a more macro perspective. If you look at the US, Europe, and the rest of the world, right? I mean, on a very simplistic level, they are, when you're talking about AI regulation, to what end? So the US is looking at and emphasizes, and what they disproportionately care about is freedoms of speech, freedoms, and you see the way in which they emphasize their enforcements and their movements is through that lens. Then when it comes to Europe, it's more about equality, right? It's like, is everyone treated equally, etc. So there's much more emphasis on the equality, which actually puts freedom sometimes below that. And then you look at the rest of the world, right? And I know this is a real blanket statement, but it's more on social harmony. And you see that inscribed in the laws, because many of these countries are very paternalistic welfare states. Majority of them are dependent on the state. So there is a different relationship between the citizen and the state. And so when they look at law, they don't see freedom. Freedom comes below, and so does, equality. It can even be equity, actually, but it depends on who they are prioritizing, right? So this is at a macro level, right? So it could be religious minorities, or in India, we have a caste system since our independence, where the lowest caste gets certain allocated seats in different institutional positions. So there's an equity-based approach. If there's certain kinds of speech, particularly could be triggering. It's really about social harmony, whether it's in China too. It's fundamentally about social harmony. So I think that's really important to keep in mind. Secondly, we've got to get out of this whole state only versus the local versus global versus state versus, there's intra-regional pacts that are happening. So the BRICS, which was just an example. It stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, right? Initially, it just came up as an acronym by Wall Streeters so people can invest in these markets, because nobody wanted to invest. This is in the 1990s. Nobody wanted to invest in developing countries, you know, so they had to rename it and jig it, call them tigers and like whatever, right? And emerging markets. And then they came up with the BRICS. So, but then actually what's interesting is how when you put it out there, it became reified into something, into a geopolitical force, as you notice. And it's, so what's happening is there's a sort of like, not just a cooperation and coordination of how the AI, Act gets interpreted, because it's not pegged necessarily to the GDPR or the US. So there's a lot of decentering taking place, right? Because these markets are gaining strength. They have, as I mentioned, power in numbers. And if you look at BYD, in fact, what's interesting, the US slapped a lot of regulations on Huawei, right? And you would think any company would have caved. Like if this was a couple of decades ago, Huawei wouldn't exist. What's interesting is they're more successful today than they've ever been before. Because what that basically did was tell China to say, hey, you've got to take care of your entire value chain. And you've got to also find partners within this geopolitical force that will work with you for compliance, for regulation, for... So what's happened is the US and Europe don't matter because GDPR applies to European citizen data. But like I said, 90% of young people live outside the West, so it doesn't matter. So Huawei is richer than it's ever been because these are not, the market. So I think this perspective really should be a wake-up call, because we keep thinking in sort of like decades ago where every nation is pegged to, it's like the whole US dollar thing. I mean, it says something that Trump is now threatening everyone, he's literally threatened the global south, saying, hey, dudes, if you don't peg your country to the US dollar, you have it coming, right? That's a sign of insecurity, you see? Because, so anyway, but on a more granular level, when you interpret these laws, when you talk about social harmony, it can be very deeply gendered, because many of the global south countries have, by law, a gendered approach to law, right? Women don't, by law, have the same rights. So, for example, my own family, I noticed that my parents are getting divorced, and it's taken 15 years. And what was interesting, I think what they call me a coconut, because I've been out of India too long, brown on the outside, white on the inside, because I kind of assumed that India would have a, pretty respectable law. But in practice, a man can file for divorce because my mother was not a good housewife and she did not treat her in-laws in a appropriate way. But it doesn't apply for my father, right? And so that was a wake-up call, because I didn't know all this stuff, and then she's in her 60s. So I was like, how is that possible? And I started to find out more and more about the law. And I noticed that, and I started to look across board, and like guardianship system in Saudi Arabia, many countries, by law, make women move only with a companion. They actually have the rights of a child, actually, because they need a man, whether it's like, husband, brother, etc., to get a bank account, to move, to get a car license, to any of the stuff, right? And so I think this is where context matters, is how certain populations are looked at, how they're framed, and how they're instituted in not just cultures and norms, but actual laws. So, and how that plays up from the top and bottom level. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a lot of differences. I was not aware of such differences within Europe. That were so different in terms of basic concepts. In particular, can we just a little bit elaborate, Ivana, about the connections between data and GDPR with the AI Act, and how we, in a way, so how do you see the future of privacy in the age of AI?
Yeah, so it's very interesting what you were saying. I'm going to Saudi Arabia week after next, It's been, I go a lot there for work. It's an interesting place, and it's also a place that is changing quite rapidly. I mean, on the social women's side, let's put it like that. On women, it's changing quite rapidly, and the rest maybe a bit less. But interesting that I remember going to their first marathon when women were able to take part, and the joy of being able to take part. And a lot is changing, like divorce, for example, in Saudi, changing quite rapidly. Loads of in India as well. On divorce, especially those who live in Mumbai, with all the celebrities getting divorced. Now there's like a rush to divorce.
Thank God they're getting divorced.
Yeah, so everybody, all the Bollywood stars, every day there's a new one. What I wanted to say is privacy is a big topic in the sense that I'm in favor of reforming the GDPR, for example. But I'm always worried about talking about reforming, because every time that we talk about reform, then we go back. So I don't dare saying it. Obviously, we have to think about what privacy means in the age we live in. For me, privacy is huge collective value, not an individualistic one. I personally do not care about my own data. I'm not like people imagine that because I work in privacy law, people imagine, oh, you must be so careful. I mean, I accept everything.
Me too.
I haven't got time. But nevertheless, I'm a big fan of privacy, because to me is a big social value. I would actually reverse the GDPR if I could and change it from you cannot share data unless to the opposite. Data can be shared unless there is a reason not to do so. And the reason is because I believe that data is a great collective asset. And this is why it needs to be protected. This is why it needs to be valued. And this is why I strongly believe in privacy protections and data minimization. That's why I don't believe that all this data needs to be collected. This is why I believe that a consent model no longer works, especially with IoT and living in and out of the online world, where you're not going to go around like this, with saying yes, 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 no. I mean, you can't, unless we train our own AI to discuss what to decide, and for us, what we want to do. But privacy is, to me, very much linked to autonomy in this age, and to the autonomy in the sense of I do not want to be predicted on because of my browsing history, because of what micro-targeting and big data analytics predict that I will be 10 years down the line, and they start sending me adverts about where I will go in 10 years down the line because other people like me don't take my agency away.
Mm-hmm.
To me, privacy is that. Don't take my agency away. I mean, it's my own agency, in the sense that is also the liberty to fail and the liberty to make mistakes. This is why I personally, and those in my company knows it, that's why I am so extremely concerned about predictive analytics. Because to me, predictive analytics are self-fulfilling prophecies, in the sense that they lock people into a predetermined future. And I don't think this is the reason and the nature of human life. So we need to think about what does privacy mean. And of course, privacy changes with technologies, because we all change with technology. And this is why privacy is perhaps one of the most fascinating areas that we have. And this is why it's the one that is so much under attack, where people say, people don't care about privacy. How can I care about privacy if I have got no alternative? I mean, it's like, can I choose? If people were able to choose because they were given the chance to choose, they would choose privacy. It's like but they can't. We can't, because there is no, I mean, privacy is inextricably linked to the other big thing, which is competition. You can't choose because these big companies, they are walled gardens. They choose. They are the privacy regulators. I mean, they make the rules. So you can't talk privacy without talking competition, although they're very different. You know, privacy is about a human right and competition is about functioning markets. Nevertheless, they are linked. One thing I wanted to say on this, which is a bit of a provocation, which is this. We're all querying about what to put into AI fairness, right? But I believe that there is such thing which is universal human rights, which were negotiated not by the West, but when we started the negotiations, a lot of countries joined in from all over the world. This hasn't stopped human rights violation happening every day, but it has brought things to the fore. When, for example, China, the Uyghurs, what happened to the Muslims, where all this emerged, yes, China dismissed it. This is the Western thing. They want to meddle with what we do. Nevertheless, nobody could ignore it from all over the world. We all know what is happening, okay? And in many other contexts around the world. What I'm trying to say is, we talk a lot about AI ethics, but which is a term that I don't particularly like, but we do have that framework. And it's not a chance that is the countries that are now saying, oh, this is a Western thing, and they are calling this in other ways, including people, right? There is a reason why this is happening. And we can't, I mean, I fear sometimes that I don't want to fall into the trap of saying, well, these are not universal, these are Western. Well, actually, that's not how they were born. And these, when we talk about what are the values that we underpin into fairness now, well, actually, we do have those. Why don't we start with those? And I think the reason why I'm saying this is because sometimes I hear and more, you know, there's a human rights Western, and yeah, but it's not the case, is it? You know, they were born as something truly universal, and in fact, who wrote them? It was India who said we need to introduce gender into the Human Rights Declaration. It was India. So, you know, that was a truly human, universal dimension, and now we're losing that because of huge geopolitical power and forces that are taking prevalence on that.
Payal, I mean, we've just said that there are differences, I mean, cultural and contextual differences. Do you think there is something that, in a way, so that can be scale across contexts, that we can bring across contexts, that is kind of foundational in the fairness, for example, treatment? Can there be something to scale up, you know, with these solutions, for example, technical solutions that we will talk a little bit with Nino after?
Yeah, so I mean, you know, I'm just thinking about some points that Ivana brought up, and as I also mentioned in my talk about we need to revive rights-based approaches based in response on a question that was asked about what kind of values goes into it. But here's the reason why people have become so skeptical about rights, and I understand it. One is you have, you know, there's a mockery of rights as it has played out in practice over the last decades, where Saudi Arabia became the face of gender equality in the UN, right, for example. So, and this sort of cognitive dissonance of, you know, people looking at the rights as a sort of a washing of cultural context, or the appropriation of the term decolonizing by the state actors so they can oppress their own citizens and then you know, dismiss universal rights as a Western construct, right, in the name of, like, you know, sovereignty. So I think the complication is that, but this doesn't take away from the rights like charter. It's just that people have lost faith in, you know, seeing how it's played out over the decades. And I think what we need to do is rethink how can we give legitimacy back to these rights, because the document itself, what it's calling out, is still very legitimate, even more so in today's time and age, right? And in fact, if you read through it, it's just a 2-pager. And if you think it was, it was done in when, 1929 or so, right? It's pretty remarkable, actually, when we think about the time and age when it started to come about, right? So that gives me some confidence that it's got a sticky quality, because people, still are fighting for liberal democracies around the world, actually. And so it's still something which is very credible. It is valued because the essence of who we are as humanity. But in terms of scalability, as you talked about, is that it's not just these values, these rights-based values, but and the thing is, I remember I had this interesting context, is how do we ensure that we account for culture in a genuine way, right? Culture, context, condition. And now we've swung to another degree, to a point where people are like, we need to respect culture. What does that mean, to respect culture? I said, so would you respect patriarchal culture? No. Would you respect a culture that believes in, a guardianship system, or that homosexuality is a crime, right? I mean, that's culture, because it's very infused in religion, and where some religions say, well, actually, there was a gay, I just saw a post where Manchester United took away this happened today, took away the rainbow flag because one of the players said it was against the Islamic religion, and so they took it away. But that doesn't do justice to Islam, does it? Because then it reifies the stereotypes that this is actually a homophobic angle, right? So the thing is, we need to be able to fight for what is rights-based over that of religion, country, context, culture. It doesn't matter. Rights has to oversee it, right? Yeah. But we do also need on a more logistical thing. We've been fighting. I'm working on a number of boards. I sit at the UN Gov and IDRC and a few other boards, and I've been pushing them to go from, we know the problem. Can we come up with today's equivalent of reimagining a global solidarity? Because think about post-World War II. You had the birth of so many of these organizations from UNESCO, UNICEF, WTO, etc. And we need that kind of momentum again. I think it's really because we have AI cutting across borders. We have the climate crisis. And so we are resting on past institutions. What would happen if we have an auditing board, which is a completely independent actor, which is funded by every country, but they have their own autonomy, which regulates AI, and this because AI is a platform upon which finance, education, speech, everything, identity is all cutting across. And we need an independent, neutral actor that looks at these systems and nurtures it, because there's no such thing as a complete AI system, right? And we may get it right for now, and then it'll go down because it is constantly being made in communication with each other. So I think that, to me, that's the future. That's something I'm pushing, at least from within my, my roles as sitting on these global entities. And I hope, and I'm sure, my panelists will have other suggestions on that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But before opening also to the audience, I would like to dig a little bit more into the technical part, Nino. So there are these tools that are the sandboxes, on which you have just starting a big project now. So let's explain us what they are, what they are useful for.
Right. I'm before, I'm also a legal philosopher. I would like to share my thought about, the universal stuff, that's
Please.
Actually, but later. And then before that, because, I mean, the sandbox, I think, I'm supervising this project, with the AI office, and, to develop basically 27 member states national sandboxes, right? So I'm touching with my hands what Ivana said, So before entering into the question of the sandbox, I would like to, in a minute, I would like to follow up what Biana said regarding the fragmentation of the regulatory framework in Europe, right? That's the reason why ethics is so important. Ethics is so important because it's a glue that basically allows for having, a good functioning of the regulatory systems. But there are a number of reasons why, and I will tell you in a minute, about sandboxes, why we have this fragmentation. Fragmentation of legislation depends on the fragmentation of Europe. Yeah. All right. So, and there is, first of all, GDPR. Do we have one GDPR in Europe? We have 27 GDPRs, and the question is that now we have AI Act, Data Act, Data Service Act, Interoperable Europe Act. Interoperability is so important in public administration, fairness in public administration, right? Okay, and interoperability is so crucial for, okay. And the question that those regulations are not regulation, they are, in some parts are regulation, in other parts are directives. So much of the work is still to be done. So the AI Act is in force since the beginning of August. But in fact, many things should be done. Sandboxes should be active in 24 months from the beginning, from the entry in force of the AI Act, right? So in 24 months. So we are actually in the next few months, we work on that, right? And sandboxes are very interesting. First of all, I would like to clarify, because this is not clear to many people, including member states. So if you speak with member states, they don't understand the difference between the technical sandbox and operational sandbox and the regulatory sandbox. A regulatory sandbox is not just an environment for testing AI. It's an environment for testing compliance with the regulation about AI. And this opens a big problem. The problem is the business model for that, right? Because compliance has a cost. If you read, I can read the KPI on what I have to do with the AI office and the AI board, because the AI board plays an important role. Improve legal certainty, facilitating regulatory compliance assessment, reduction in overall regulatory compliance time, lowering compliance costs, right? How to do that? Well, if you speak with the member states, they have complete different ideas. I can tell you that I cannot mention the state because otherwise I can reveal some information which cannot be revealed, but there are some states that are investing for the next 3 years 200 million euro for the sandbox. That's the cost for 3 years operating, right? That's the cost, right? And the question is why? Because you need the supervision of the competent authorities, right? And the question is, do we rely on the network of tests and a sort of hub and spoke structure, for example? Very good, but the point is that all national competent authorities don't have sufficient supervision capabilities. They don't have staff. They don't have people. They don't have skilled people. Which means that the most promising perspective so far in many member states is to have a centralized sandbox and rely on the network for running a sort of legal triage. I have companies AI provided in front of me. I was in Brussels last week, and many companies said, I'm lost. And I said, you need a legal triage. So you need a clear trajectory for developing your AI, for understanding if you want to test it, you have to go there, TEFs, ADIH, whatever. But then the question is the regulatory compliance. And this leads to another problem. The question is that the fragmentation depends on the fact that we have different regulations. And, AI Act interplays with GDPR, that interplays with Interoperable Europe Act. And, for example, there is Article 29 in the AI Act saying that in sandboxes, you can train AI systems derogating from the provision of GDPR of secondary use of data, further use of data, right? How, for example, if you want to develop applications and training applications in healthcare, in biodiversity, in preventing pollution. You can basically get the data, the personal data, use it within the sandbox, right? Without asking any new informed consent. Within the sandbox. So it's a super delicate issue, right? Because, you may use clinical data without any consent. Can you imagine that you have a distributed infrastructure for doing so? Well, probably you can do it in Finland. But what about Germany? You know how Germany works. They have lenders, and when in Germany they discuss about the first XGASK supercomputer. We have Munich, we have Stuttgart, we have Jülich, right? It was a nightmare. I mean, so. In France, another problem. Italy, as you may know, you have problems. And then, so the question is, the message I would like to convey is technical, but the technical issue is that sandbox are a super interesting compliance experiment. So we can do very interesting experiments, and try to convey all the knowledge we have, but it's very complicated because we have the problem of feasibility, and the problem of the regulatory supervision, the governance, who are the national competent authorities are able to do so, and finished, Michela. The different states decided to have a different arrangement of authorities. In Italy, we have an arrangement, in the Netherlands, another one, in Germany, another one, and that makes it very complicated, So, so the message is a lot of hope, but a lot of luck.
Okay, so I mean, we are running a little bit late, so I know that also Ivana has to go. So just a couple of questions, short questions, possibly from the audience. Yeah, you have one. Grazie, Robin. Ah no, anche là. Yeah.
Okay, on the positive side, incentives are another big role, to enable this transition. I would like to hear your insight on these incentives that are not just financial, but and I think that sometimes they are complex to enable because to define, because they imply also setting priorities and distinguishing between the different.
Okay.
Collect questions at the answer.
No. Just please.
Oh.
Okay. You first.
Okay. No, I think that's a really good, point. And so, for example, as I brought up about the auditing, global auditing space, it shouldn't just be about punitive measures. It should be just as well about best practice, celebrating those who are good, critical change makers. And so we need to do this simultaneously of the reward and stick, otherwise it's not going to work. And so even with tech actors, with the Inclusive AI Lab, I've identified these, we've identified critical change makers within tech companies to build sort of solidarities and to put them as leaders of change. And there's something to be said about like when they position as leaders of change and you give them the momentum and energy and you have them, people backing them up in a serious way, then others want to follow, whether they may or may not be, completely on board with the ethical areas. So it's really important to signal leadership. It's important to get a critical mass, because that's, by the way, we have studies that show that if you promote just like one or two women, say in a parliament, right, like in Latin America, there was studies that they became even worse than the average Latin American parliament person. However, when there was a critical mass of women, then they were even more forceful. So now we even have an optimal number which we can use in a way which we can push for incentive-driven, reward-based system of compliance, but not just compliance, of feeling good that you're on track in a way which can produce serious leadership and sustainable change.
Thank you, Bayan.
So thank you. Very quick last question.
Hi, thank you so much for the very interesting discussions. I was just wondering, Ivana, you talked about AI Act and how it does not hinder innovation. I completely agree, but do you think it hinders competition? For example, you mentioned the AI Pact. It's not signed by Meta and Apple, which are two of the big leaders. What does that mean for Europe? Does it mean that as a citizen living in Europe, I will go and buy an iPhone because I'm so locked in that I will definitely buy it when the new one is released? And I received the same product as a US citizen, but without the intelligence system within it. So I pay the same price, but I don't get the intelligence system. What does it mean?
You do get it. I mean, you do get it. It took 6 months for Apple to comply. I mean, honestly, there is a lot of noise that they make. And they make a lot of noise. Come on. I mean, honestly, but in reality, how long did it take? 6 months. They are selling it in the UK in December, I think. Well, I don't follow that much the closer the dates, but it's a. I know, for example, there was a lot of noise when the Garante in Italy, Guido Sforza, said, no, you're going to do that. But the problem was not that the Garante said that. The problem was he was the only one in Europe. I mean, honestly, it's like, I don't think, there is a lot of noise. There is a lot of noise, and I think there is a lot of lobbying. Yeah, it's lobbying technique. That's what it is. In reality, they thrive, and they thrive well in Europe, and they will, because we buy these products. I mean, ultimately, I just think there's a lot of noise around a lot of this, and we'll have to see with the new commission how it goes. The new commissioner, she comes from the country of Ericsson and the countries, so I do think that she has a knowledge of sovereignty, but sovereignty as in standing tall in a global competition, not in isolation. So maybe I don't know, but I wouldn't be so scared about all of that.
Okay, so thank you very much to our panelists. I mean, the panel was fantastic. So thank you to all of you, and please join me in thanking Roberto for the wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you. So I hope we'll have other events like that in the future. And thank you very much for coming, and thank you also to the projects that have supported.
Lei, quella che ti ha fatto la domanda.